All right. So this one was inevitable. This is one that I was gonna do like the past few years now, but then it was like the more we got word that another one was coming, the more it's like we'll just do them all together. And
You knew this was
obviously
coming,
our
Pete.
what was that?
You knew this was coming, Pete.
Yeah. No, that's the last franchise we talked about. But so here, and obviously you may realize this by now. I'm just gonna like kind of extract the section of 5 from this video, and it'll also be its own video, probably with the 355 or something. So that's what that is also. But we are going to be talking about 1 through 5, pretty much all the way through here. So obviously we're just going to say right now, spoilers everywhere, but surely you would know those by now. But we're also going to go into spoiler school when we get to 5 also, but I'll bring that warning up again when we get there. But I figure we'll just kind of go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in chronological order would be the easiest way. Because we did already talk about the first one. I did the first one as a versus with Halloween, like when we very first started this channel. That I'm probably not really happy with now, especially with how I talked about this. I remember not giving Craven enough credit when I talked about this because I wasn't really sure. That was back before I like kind of prepared myself before I did this stuff. I was just doing it on the fly. So I didn't really do this justice, but then we talked about it again when you put it on your top 5 horror list that we did a couple years ago. So we've touched on it, but that was relatively brief. So here we can just kind of go into, I guess, the stuff we didn't talk about. To be honest, I'm not quite sure what all we did talk about. That was a couple of years ago, but yeah. So I guess we'll just start with 1 and then see where we end up. So as obviously has been made known, this was one of your top 5 horror movies. It was one of my favorite movies, period, growing up. And while I didn't quite stay in that territory as I got older, it's still easily one of my favorite horror movies, even though I didn't quite bring it up in that last top 5 horror movies video we did. But I had mentioned I was trying to kind of spread the love on what types of movies we talked about in that video. But since you brought it up, we did get to bring up our appreciation. But do you want to kind of recap just in general what your overall thoughts are on 1?
I just think and when it comes to the horror genre, I think it's an important movie.
Yeah.
I feel like it's one of the, probably not the birthplace, but one of the birthplaces of meta humor, which has been done to fucking death at this point, not just by Scream, but other franchises.
Meta goes back pretty far, but this is when it was in a really notable, like, kind of self-referential sense in a bigger way than we had seen at that point. Where like it was basically the whole concept.
Mm-hmm.
But wasn't quite like it's in this weird place where it's very interesting that Scary Movie exists and is as beloved and successful as it was.
Mm-hmm.
Because Scary Movie's job was essentially to parody a movie that was almost parody already.
Mm-hmm. What I also love, and I appreciated it on a rewatch because I've watched all 5 of them over the past 3 days. I watched 1 on Friday, 2 and 3 yesterday, and 4 and 5 today. And one thing that I noticed rewatching the first one is when you know the outcome, there's subtle hints dropped throughout the whole movie, so you know it wasn't a last minute decision. It was planned from the beginning.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that. Like, for example, the scene at the fountain, you think that Billy wants Stu to shut up because he's being insensitive to Sid, but actually he wants him to shut up because they're the fucking villains.
Yeah.
And then later in the video store, when Stu leaves, Randy says, "I'll see you later in the kitchen with a knife." And Stu later appears in the kitchen with a knife. And it's just little fun stuff like that that you can go back and pick up on after you've seen it the first time.
And it's weird how subtle they are. I feel like I'm still picking up on some, and I've seen this movie at least 200 times or something.
Mm-hmm.
Like I guess it's because the scene is so good and so engrossing, but it always takes a second for it to occur to me how much foreshadowing is in the video store scene.
Mm-hmm.
Where we literally see an innocent character surrounded by Billy and Stu, like he's trapped by them. And it's like, oh, this is exactly what the end looks like, just with Sydney.
Mm-hmm.
But then there's
and
stuff
I love going back and watching all of them at once. You pick up on patterns in the series. Like that like I didn't pick up this pattern until I rewatched it recently. The first person that the cops talk to in any meaningful way in every movie is the killer. The cops get it right the first time. Because in the first one, Billy's the first suspect arrested. In the second one, the first one the cops talk to, we don't see the interview, but he's coming out of it, is Mickey. Third, they take Roman off the set first. Fourth, Julia Roberts and her friends are in the police station because they got the call.
You mean Emma?
And then for five, Dewey fingers it right away.
Yeah.
So it's very interesting. Like, I love that pattern stays consistent, that the cops were correct. They were on the right track. They just didn't have enough to back up their theory. So in a way, like, the Woodsboro police may come across as incompetent, but are they really?
Yeah.
Or were they just precognizant?
Yeah, I don't know that I had thought about that before, but that's
The pattern or the Woodsboro police?
the police being so like on it.
Yeah.
Because what's really interesting that I've noticed is I've been looking up more opinions of like people who have been seeing this movie for the first time recently and comments. And apparently a lot of people, there's some people that figure it out. And obviously Scary Movie has kind of blown the spot in a lot of cases. But one thing that's like really continuous throughout this is a lot of people think it's Dewey. I don't know how much Scary Movie has to do with that. But it's interesting how many things are here that make Dewey look surprisingly guilty. The first,
I believe, if I remember right, I believe Dewey is accused in every film.
Because there's one where there's obviously the moment when Sidney comes through the door and he's holding up the mask and he's like, "Hey, I found this." You're like, "Oh, that's convenient." There's one that somebody pointed out I had never thought about before. Like I said, this is after like 200 times seeing this movie. It's crazy. I don't even notice this stuff. I've always thought it was a little ridiculous. I think we talked about this the last time. If there's one point where the first movie feels a little ridiculous, it's the different places that Ghostface is lurking in public. Which we discussed before could just be people fucking around like they were at school. But the way it's shot eerily gives the vibe that like we're supposed to assume Sydney's being stalked around everywhere.
They use the Michael Myers outside the school shot a lot.
Yeah. And the one that was always kind of the most ridiculous to me was when he's at the store. But what's really interesting, what somebody pointed out was when you think about Dewey looking guilty, there is that moment where we see him like when he drops Sidney and Tatum off and they walk away and he like spots something and walks to it before he goes to the police station. And then we cut to Sidney and Tatum at the store and they're in the frozen food section because one of them's getting popsicles. And that's where we see the Ghostface reflection. And then the next cut is Dewey with ice cream. And it's like I never thought about how guilty that makes Dewey look. I mean, I think we're supposed to assume when he looked off, he spotted like an ice cream truck or something. But it is interesting. That's how that's cut together.
It's crazy when you watch 5. I believe the exact line I used in the theater was, "We've come a long way from when I wear this badge, Mom says you're supposed to treat me like a man of the law." We've come such a long way from there.
I was gonna say, to not get too prematurely into 5, I did want to, now that you bring that up, I've got to bring up one comment that I saw after one of the trailers dropped. Was that just kind of stuck with me because it was so funny. And I didn't watch the trailer, so I didn't really know what they meant. But he was referred to as Punisher Dewey in 5. It's like,
I mean, it's not too far off.
It's like, now that I've seen it, it's like, yeah, that's about right. So I guess now that we've talked about we were talking about clues that we see around also in regards to how well they hid who the killers were, but how also it was like there's clues that feel plain as day now. I said there's some that still pop up, some that are just kind of theories. and some stuff that's just really subtle that I've only picked up on recently. One that I've picked up on recently that's really subtle, it feels like, is obviously the voice in real life isn't actually a voice changer, it's Roger L. Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
But have you ever noticed, because there's also the whole thing you can do about trying to piece together which one between Billy and Stu was killing who, or in the suit at which time. Like the easiest way to figure that out is that it's Stu through the whole climax because Billy's upstairs.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a whole question of who killed Casey,
Mm-hmm.
because both Billy and Stu have alibis that Billy was with Sydney and Stu was with Tatum. And there's a clear thing here going on that it was both of them because one of them couldn't have hung Casey by the tree.
Mm-hmm.
And the other idea was that one of them is calling and the other one's killing her.
Mm-hmm.
And I couldn't help but know, maybe this is just my imagination, but listening to the way Roger Jackson says his lines when he's talking to Casey, the cadence sounds like Billy.
Hmm.
Am I imagining that, or is that is that really clever voice work?
Maybe.
Because I so can see Billy without the voice changer saying those lines the way that Jackson says them in the opening scene with Casey.
Mm-hmm.
Which would make sense with Stu killing her since he was the ex-boyfriend.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
I saw a theory once. I've only seen it once, and I really haven't seen it since. But I saw a theory where they said that the Casey murder was the pointers that Roman was giving him, and Roman helped hang her by the tree.
that could be.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't know. I'm not entirely sure where the Roman thing would have come from, because obviously Aaron Kruger wrote 3.
Mm-hmm.
But then there's that whole question of, was that
The problem is the whole Roman plot is very out there.
contrived?
That's a good word for it.
Well,
But when we get to 3, Roman has one of my favorite deliveries in, how do I put this? One of my favorite film deliveries. We'll talk about it more when we get there.
So where was I going with that? There was also the case of another thing. I don't know why I didn't pick up on it until recently, and you could say, maybe everybody was active in the climax for whatever reason, but when Stu and Randy show up at the end and Sydney has to confront both of them and make a choice, and Stu is covered in sweat. And for the longest time, I thought, well, obviously he's been, for all we know, as people that wouldn't know that he's a killer, that he's the killer during the climax, maybe he's just been running around all night. But it's like, he literally looks like he just took off a costume he'd been wearing all night. It's that kind of sweaty.
Yeah.
And there was one thing that I heard. I may have brought this up in one of the other videos, but and I listened for it every time because I feel like one of these days I'm just gonna really hear it. But I heard this goes back to like the old IMDb boards for the movie. We're talking like over a decade ago. The scene when Ghostface is chasing Sydney around the house after he pops out of the closet. And when he chases her up the stairs, they say that you can hear through the Ghostface mask what sounds like him saying easy, the same way Stu says it when Tatum says stupidity leak. I feel like I can hear it. Also just sounds like heavy breathing, but I can kind of hear it. I don't know if that's just a theory that stuck with me, but that's something I thought about also. And also because I still try to piece together which killer was where. Because was that another case of Billy was calling her? And well, not necessarily. Well, it's the phone is a big thing because it could be whole explanation, like the whole cloning thing, but then there's also the fact that it wasn't Billy that called her. And it was Stu, and one of the other ones was the ghost face. It's that's one of the cases where it's really hard to tell. The one that really boggles my mind is which one is in the school bathroom. That's the one I've never been able to figure out.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I'm assuming the same one that kills Principal Hembry, but which would have to be Billy, because we see Stu right before that outside, but then again, Stu could also have been going back to the school because he was parting ways with everybody else in that moment.
How
So,
did
yeah.
Billy get in the bathroom though? Because doesn't Sydney go in there right after they argue by the stairs?
Yeah, and that
So
was
how
also,
in the world would he have beat her in there?
yeah, I'm not sure if there was enough space between when the girls left and when she came out or not.
Well, the girls would have said something about Billy trying to go in the women's room because
Yeah,
Billy's kind of
but
creepy.
But when she ran into Billy, wasn't that when she was just coming from talking to Stu and Tatum? That's why I have no idea who's in the bathroom.
I don't know. That's a mystery.
But this is all obviously the very long form version of, there's a lot of clues for a lot of things throughout, and there being to more or less fills in the gaps.
And it also could have just been some jackass looking to scare girls.
Yeah, because does he have the knife in the bathroom? I don't know that we see. He might just lunge at her.
I think he just lunges at her.
So that could be.
Yeah, and it could have been just some guy waiting in the stall, and he was going to scare those three girls, but he saw Sydney come in and go to another stall, and he's like, "Fuck it, I'll get her."
Yeah, that almost seems like something that would have to have been an intentional setup from when we see the dudes running around the school, because it's like anytime we see Ghostface, it could literally just be one of them.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. I guess we can go into another theory here real quick before we go into, because I really want to talk about the opening. And I have no idea how far into this video we already are without having talked about the opening yet.
Mm-hmm.
Apart from Casey hanging by the tree. So, and I guess it's not even really a theory, given what I'm about to say, but how have you felt about the whole idea of Billy and Stu being gay?
I don't buy it.
Well, here's the thing: is that sounds like this whole, like J.K. Rowling thing, doing her whole thing where she's like going back and like retconning stuff, and it's like pissing people off and stuff like that, or some people saying it's too woke or something like that. People might think it sounds like that, but apparently it was Kevin Williamson's idea, and I can't get to it, it's buried, but I have the script for Scream that you were able to buy when like Dimension was putting those out. And there is a scene in the script that is not in the movie where Billy and Stu meet up like after school or something, and they're just talking. And then it says that, I can't remember which was which, but one of them adjusts the other's hair, and the description is that it's an act of love.
I would say it's Stu adjusting Billy's.
That makes sense. Billy has very adjustable hair.
Yeah.
So apparently that's totally canon if you're going by the script.
Interesting.
Or at the very least, like a fluid kind of thing, because obviously we have Stu's line about how he always had a thing for Sydney anyway, which apparently was ad-libbed by Matthew Lillard, so it's hard to tell. There's so many combating things. But do you have anything else to say about what we've been talking about before we go into the opening?
No, go ahead to the opening.
So probably one of the best openings ever, right?
It's pretty famous.
And like not even necessarily just like horror movies, but like kind of movies in general, like thrillers even.
I feel like it's one of those scenes that you could show someone, and even if they haven't seen the movie, they know where it came from.
Yeah. I remember when it was like brand new to movie channels, which probably would have been 97 or 98. And I caught like the briefest glimpse of the opening. And of course, like we talked about in the last video, Mom had seen it in the theater.
Mm-hmm.
Our mom saw it like when it first came out, which I envy so much. And she immediately said like, "Oh, I don't think you want to see that." And then it's like, and she said, because that girl basically gets split in half down the middle. And of course, I had this really over the top image in my head. And then when I grew up and actually saw the movie, it turned out that wasn't that exaggerated. She pretty much did get split down the middle. And I remember, do you remember ever being scared by this movie?
No, but I think it's because I think part of the reason is because I watched Scary Movie first.
My relationship with this movie on that front is that, as I've talked about many times before, I was very, very squeamish growing up. That's still lingering a little bit, but not near as much. There's nothing in here. I don't think there's anything in the first movie I have to look away from. There's a couple of moments in 2 I have to, but we'll get to those. But I remember that I would look away from the gore.
Mm-hmm.
And because I didn't quite know where those moments were, and I just didn't want to see it at all, there was a large portion of my childhood where there were large chunks of this movie I didn't even see for a while because I was trying to avoid the gore. So just taking the gore into account, I didn't get why it was seen as such a scary movie.
Mm-hmm.
I was just more concerned about the gore. And of course, when you're, a child, naturally, gore would play a lot more of a part in the horror than it would when you're an adult and stuff like that, depending on how it's handled. So when I finally started seeing the whole movie is when I started to get it. First off, I know I've heard quite a few people say this movie is why they're afraid of public bathrooms. Like even now. And even going to the Casey scene and thinking about it, and I don't think you even necessarily have to put yourself in the position of somebody in 1996 seeing this for the first time. As I said, I've seen this movie more times than I can count. And we live in a world now where this likely wouldn't be a scenario. Because obviously already by the beginning of 2, we have caller ID put into this already.
Mm-hmm.
And people just don't answer their landlines if they have them at all.
Mm-hmm.
Which obviously we'll see a progression of throughout the series. But here in particular, it's certainly got to be the isolation that Casey's in this moment. The fact that she's surrounded by windows with no curtains.
Mm-hmm.
And the idea of, and there's the whole idea of people can just say, like, why does she keep answering the phone?
Mm-hmm.
But it's like the way this builds and the way it still brings in this trapped feeling. Yeah, I can still say that even now, there are scenes in this movie that are actually terrifying. Especially when you put yourself in the position of the character themselves, like especially if you're like in the house alone a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when a phone starts ringing, it's like, okay, is that somebody I know, some spam call, or is it somebody that's nearby? The thought always goes through your head. And it's weird how strong that can still be despite the age of technology that we live in now. Like I said, even the fact that the newer movies have touched on how newer technology will affect this kind of killer.
What you could also say too about furthering the point of isolation is her only connection to the outside world is being held up by the killer.
Yeah.
Which she could have easily just hung up and dialed 911, but then we wouldn't have a movie, or we'd have a lot shorter first scene.
Yeah, and there's the whole thing where I'm preparing another video right now where I'm going to talk about a lot of the same stuff. You also take into account that characters like people in real life don't automatically assume they're in a horror movie.
Mm-hmm.
So when she answers and it's just some random dude, it sounds like he has the wrong number. And then she just keeps, because there's seemingly nothing harmful about this guy. So the way she keeps talking to him is, it's clear that it doesn't get dark until he makes it dark. Like, he's not suspicious until he's making it clear that he's a threat. And that stuff, like, I want to see I want to know who I'm looking at. And the way that he doesn't change his tone of voice when he says that. And it's like, because I fucking hate windows, man. And what Casey's house looks like stresses me out so much. And the fact that all it ends up taking for him to get in is that chair through the door. And then you get those quick shots. Some people think they're silly now, and some people think the costume's a little silly now. That first image where we just see like the black streak go past the hallway, it's terrifying. And then when he's like creeping around in the living room, because it's a home invasion thing, basically. And then it's probably my favorite. It might be one of my favorite jump scares in movie history. We've talked about the Exorcist 3 scene. We've talked about the Medicine Cabinet and Candyman. Right up there with those, I would put when she creeps up to the window to see where he is in the house. And the first thing she sees is the back of his head, and then he turns around, and that's our very first look, really clear look at the mask. And that's like one of my favorite shots in horror movie history. And it's so catches you off guard, because you're expecting when she looks through the window again, he'll still be creeping around somewhere far away, because it puts it in your mind that's he's that distance. So when she looks at because we've seen the movie so many times, you almost don't think about the calculation it takes to pull off why these shots are what they are. It's like, while the shot of him spinning around in the window is iconic, that's what comes to mind. It's like, man, what an iconic shot. It's like, that's a brilliantly executed jump scare too, because it really throws you off about where he is in that moment. You don't expect him to be right fucking there.
Yeah, you expect like maybe there to be nothing, and then he slides in.
Yeah, and it gives you just enough time to where like it gives like if she were to look up and see the back of that split second where we just see the back of his head, we have just barely enough time to register that it's him. And that would like be the kind of thing where it sends a chill down your spine. But then it adds the chill with the jump scare immediately, because there's only a split second between, oh shit, he's right there, and then when he turns around and sees her. And it's what, and you don't expect him to break his fucking head through the window to get to her either, but he does that. And then the whole thing when he just comes crashing through the door to tackle her right before he stabs her. Like, everything from beginning to end of this scene is so carefully executed in how it grabs you as an audience member, really aggressively in the best possible way. And do you also find Barrymore's performance kind of disturbing in how like real and helpless it is? A shot that I didn't appreciate once again, I didn't see it for a long time because I was trying to avoid the gore as a child. But oh my God, I love the shot so much where she pulls his mask off, and just before we can see it, shows the knife. And how it's like, it's not an abrupt cut. Like, the camera pulls away as fast as it can to show just the knife. And all you can see is the blood reflecting against blackness. And it's like, this is the stuff I wasn't giving Craven credit for in my original video. So yeah, I really love that opening. And imagine the terror, because we just kind of see her basically like succumbing to death in the moment. But it's like, imagine the internal terror to pull the mask off, and it's somebody she knew.
Yeah.
Like, that's like that's the whole structure of the series, is the scary thing is that it's somebody you know. So yeah, Yeah.
which a later sequel will point out.
Yeah. So are there any particularly well executed scares that you really like? Because there's another one in here that's one of the best ever.
Oh, go ahead and explain that one.
Well, obviously, it's we talked about in the last video about how obvious the thing that's obvious when you talk about Scream is the fact that people in 1996 didn't expect Barrymore to die in the opening scene, which meant that audiences in 1996 may not have known who the final girl was.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like we got like a whole thing with Casey, like a whole intro, and then she bites it, and then we get the whole intro with Sydney, where she's got, you know, Billy, she's got her intimacy issues, she's got her backstory with her mom. But still, after losing Casey the way we did, we could have very well lost Sydney in the scene where she's attacked the first time.
Mm-hmm.
And so that moment, first off, the build up to this, the way it kind of creeps in, the terror. Because how are you with the dark? Do you have any problems with the dark?
No, but I do like the old saying that no one's afraid to be alone in the dark. You're afraid of not being alone in the dark.
Yeah. And I get that feeling because something happens to Sydney before she's even attacked.
Mm-hmm.
It is something that just absolutely freaks me out when it happens to me. And that is when you fall asleep in the late afternoon and you wake up in the dark.
Mm.
And it's like that. And with the context of what's going on in this town,
Mm-hmm.
and Sydney already having these, like, she just was reminded of her mother's murder right before she fell asleep with the sun still up. And when she wakes up, it's dark outside. That in itself makes me feel so uneasy. And so like you can sense the vulnerability that Sydney doesn't realize she has right now around her when she wakes up and it's night and she's alone. And then when Tatum calls, it's sort of like that. It's almost like a saving grace that you can feel yourself when it's Tatum's voice. And you're like, oh, good, it's not a threat. And it's like, oh, just kidding. The next call is the killer. And then we go that whole scene and we get basically the same Casey build up, which is also going to alert to a 1996 audience. Oh shit, the last time we heard this, somebody died unexpectedly. And so that moment of Sydney going in, locking the door, and he's already in the fucking house. But not only that, he's in the closet directly behind her. That is another brilliant jump scare. Nobody sees that shit coming. And like I said, while she's being attacked, if you're new to this and you don't know that Neve Campbell's the hero of the series, and you just saw Drew Barrymore bite it the way that she did, you might think Sydney's done in this scene. And the stakes are right there.
At that point, it kind of like, I mean, it came out second, obviously, but it's kind of like in like Death Proof does something very similar. Because you meet these girls, you follow them around for a little bit, and then halfway through the movie, they're killed. And then you follow this other set of girls, and it all starts again. And you're like, well, I know how this is going to end.
Yeah, it's Janet Leigh syndrome.
Death Proof only has half a movie to go whenever he meets this girls. You know that they're either going to survive or they're going to die, one of the two. But the way that Scream sets it up, it could be just this, like, we just focus on the victim's phone calls the whole time until we meet the person that's going to make it.
Yeah, it's the same. Like in true fashion, of course. You could relate the whole thing to Psycho. Where obviously dying early unexpectedly is Janet Leigh syndrome.
Yeah.
And then there's the whole thing of we meet the private investigator, Martin Balson's character, and it's like, are we going to follow him the whole time? And then, oh no, he dies immediately as well. And so we're not sure who is going to be the main character at the end.
And then it just ends up being Norman.
Yeah. And perfectly tying in to what we're talking about, given Billy's line when he reveals himself. How do you feel about the way they incorporate movies in general? Because I've said a lot of times before that there's a lot of movies that rely way too heavily on movie references. Netflix comedies are the fucking worst. Like 80% of their dialogue is just references to other movies. But let's talk about the way this one does that. First, obviously, it's the whole thing, the whole idea of the movie trivia being what may or may not save Casey and Steve. Obviously, it doesn't. And then the whole thing of like, the rules coming into place. That's what we were talking about, how this movie was so unique at the time, and like how there's movies that have kind of tried to do this in their own way, and some succeed and some just immediately fall back on, they're trying to be Scream, they're probably failing. But it's like the way it's just a part of the characters, the way they talk about movies, the way anybody would. I love
before you go on, one thing that I do love about it referencing movies is it gave a reason in Scary Movie 2 for Shawn Wayans to be stabbing somebody, saying that the Wayans Brothers was a good show.
Yeah. That was one.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's it, because I know that line so well. It actually sounds weirder to me when Billy says movies make psychos more creative, because I'm still waiting for canceling TV shows to.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck you, Scary Movie, for being so great. I think another direction I was going with that, in regards to how real the movie references feel, is how interesting it is, the community that this movie sets up. Because that's another thing that makes it terrifying, that the killer could be anybody that they know. Is it's like the time when Tatum calls and wakes up Sydney, and how she says she's on her way to the video store to get all the right moves because she wants to see Cruz's dick.
Mm-hmm.
And then when she answers the second call, she thinks it's Randy, and she says, "Hey, Tatum's on her way over. Tell her to hurry up." And I don't know why, but there's just something about that where it feels like the characters are so closely connected. It feels like this really tight-knit community within the characters that you can immediately feel close to and feels real and lived in. Which, like I said, and the more real it feels, because it's weird how the movie can feel so grounded and real, and like these are the way characters will behave, while also being practically a parody of horror movies. It's such a weird balance to find and execute as well as it does. Was there anything else about like the side characters that stand out to you
in the first one?
Yeah, like, are you as big a fan of Randy as everybody else seems to be?
I like Randy.
Yeah, because he's obviously that thing where it's like where he gives the audience a voice. And it's like it's a movie where the audience doesn't have to scream at the screen because Randy's doing it for them.
Yeah.
Quite literally.
He's like the audience surrogate.
Yeah. But he's also that guy
he
where
even hits that kind of on the nose at the end.
Yeah. But then he's also that guy where it's like anybody that's a movie fan would want to hang out with him. Like when his little game at the party is quizzing people on how many Evil Dead movies there are and how many Hellraiser movies there are. Like, that's the kind of guy I would hang out with.
I was gonna say, whenever you watch Scream 2, how badly do you want to be in that film class?
Extreme. And the thing is that I know those classes exist, but school was my mortal enemy, and I still have nightmares about being in school. It's such a conflicting feeling. I was like, that class does seem like the dream.
And how did they go through the whole sequel discussion and Empire didn't come up?
It does at the party.
Oh, that's right.
Because Mickey says it like it's an afterthought, and then Randy says part of a trilogy, not the same thing.
Oh, that's right. I remember that. I must have been in the bathroom when that line came by when I did my rewatch.
It's really brief.
Hmm.
Yeah, because I think the last time I watched it too, I was like, I'm surprised I didn't mention that. And then I was like, I also forgot about that line at the party.
Hmm.
um, I was trying to think if there was anything else. The movie references. Yes, I knew exactly where I was going with that, and then I lost it. Now I know exactly where I was going again. In any other scenario, incorporating another movie would probably seem really lazy, especially if it's like really, really incorporated. And while there's a clear continuity issue here, if you know Halloween well enough,
Hmm.
if you're going by the ending of Scream,
Hmm.
Halloween's climax with her in the closet is like 20 minutes long when it's actually like a minute.
I have a theory. I have a theory to fix the Halloween continuity error. Randy loved the movie so much that after everybody left, people were talking during it when he was trying to watch it before, so he just restarted it to watch it himself.
That's true. And I've also got another theory on top of that.
Mm.
What I love is the way that Halloween's score
Hmm.
becomes Scream's score when
Mm.
Dewey's searching the house.
Hmm.
Like, how amazing is it to incorporate doing that way? And then, of course, somehow we're back in the closet scene when Sydney bursts out of the closet with the umbrella.
Hmm.
We got a lot of theatrical characters in this movie.
Let's not forget that there's a kind of a double meaning to that, because the first time Ghostface attacked Sydney, it was coming out of a closet.
Yeah. There's some, and we got to remember that too for something we're going to talk about in 5. That's very interesting. So you talked about rant, because the continuity of Halloween is all over the place. So now we've got 3 options here, and I love all 3 of them, and I want to believe all 3 of them.
Hmm.
The first one is yours, that Randy was watching it on a loop,
Hmm.
which is absolutely believable. Or maybe he was even rewinding just scenes and watching them over and over
That
again.
was what I was getting at, was because I
Yeah.
don't think he'd have time to rewatch it from the complete beginning, but he might have just gone back to when like the killing started.
Yeah, he wanted to watch it without all the commotion.
Yeah.
And then the second thing is
And he rewatches the part that all of us watch. None of us watch Halloween for that 20 to 30 minutes of Jamie Lee Curtis walking around the town, even though we get some good shots from it, but that's not what we came for.
I do. I love those scenes, but maybe that's just me.
We came for the stabbings.
Second thing is, I suppose, no, well, I'm assuming it's Stu in the costume through the whole climax. It could have been Billy that stabbed Dewey, maybe.
I also think it's Stu just because of how well the killer knows the house.
Yeah, that especially comes through when right after Billy's been stabbed and Sydney goes one way and Ghostface shows up from the other. It's like, this is definitely somebody that knows the house. You could also argue, because they were together at one point, that's why he knows the layout of Casey's house so well.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, my second theory was, assuming it's Stu through the whole climax, I wouldn't put it past him to have set it up and rewound a little bit to where the score is playing while Dewey's searching the house to make it seem like it's Halloween come to life. And then the third option, of course, is Sydney starts to adopt all of their theatrics when she turns the tables on them. She puts on the costume, she hides, she starts stabbing them. I could see her intentionally lining up the closet scene with, hey, Billy, here's a clue of where I'm coming from. Because it matches the theatrics that they were doing as well. I could see all 3 of those being the case to explain Halloween's continuity issue. So, is there anything else that's like obvious clues we didn't talk about? There is one more that always came to mind. No, there's 2. Because another one I wrote down here I was going to mention was him knowing the layout of the house. one that's really obvious, one that's actually painfully obvious to where I actually don't like that the shot is there.
Hmm.
It's where it's clear that Billy's obviously the one that killed Tatum.
Mm-hmm.
And the way when Billy shows up at the party and he literally gives Stu a look like, I just killed Tatum, we're good to go. And it's so
Mm-hmm.
it's that could just be in the moment it could be hey Stu, thanks for hooking me up to use your parents' bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
That could be taken as that as well, but that's definitely I got
It's
Tatum.
like the looks at the fountain.
Yeah.
There's a lot of nonverbal communication between those two.
Yeah. And then another one was one that's accidental.
Mhm.
Have you noticed the line in the line that Sydney says where she says what's going on before she knows what's going on?
Hmm.
She's using a pronoun in the Jeep. The Jeep, by the way, another great scare. Some people don't like that she had to have felt a breeze or something when the bat came up.
Mm-hmm.
But I love the Jeep scene so much. And she's trying to radio to get help. And when she says he, of course, she's talking about the killer.
Mm-hmm.
But
Oh, I'm at Stu Mocker's house. He's trying to kill me. I
Yeah.
noticed that when I was watching the beginning. So I have a question about Billy. The scene where Billy shows up after the first attack and the cell phone falls out of his pocket. Is he trying to Heath Ledger himself in The Dark Knight in a way? Like get himself arrested just so he could rule himself out early?
That could definitely be a case.
Because it seems pretty well thought out that he called Sydney from jail to throw her off the scent. Like that, I feel like it's almost purposeful.
I've got something to strengthen
And
that theory.
when he gets off the hook, it's an easy way to manipulate her into having sex.
Yeah.
He could get guilt sex.
Another thing. When Billy says, and I don't know how this stuff works. Maybe I just don't know. Maybe it is this durable or whatever you want to call it.
Mm-hmm.
When he says, see, it couldn't have been me. I was in jail. And he shows where he was fingerprinted.
Yeah.
But he had not washed that off at some. Does that stuff take a while to wash off? Or
I think that stuff does stay on your hand a few days.
Because I was going to say, I could also see that as he's really pulling that jail alibi. But okay, if that's not his fault, then okay, we'll let him off the hook for that. But then there's also what's interesting is that I saw somebody talking about recently where they were talking about one clue to Billy's guilt is his complete and total lack of empathy.
Mm-hmm.
Where she said, when she's talking about her mom, and he says, it's been a year, you got to get over that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, nobody would say that.
No.
Unless they're missing something in their brain.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the thing though, is like Billy's kind of set up this character almost of the boyfriend.
Mm-hmm.
You kind of can't tell sometimes what's the boyfriend act Billy and when it's serial killer Billy talking to her.
I have a question regarding that scene. How the hell did they know about that conversation to put it in Stab? Because Gail was not around and Sydney refused to participate.
Obviously, we could completely dismiss Stab as just, it's a joke, run with it.
No, we can't dismiss it because Luke Wilson as Billy Loomis is amazing. So no, we are not allowed to just dismiss it.
What I've always taken it as is Gail probably just got all the details from Sydney.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how Stab happened. Like that's just basically what I run with, is Gail did her homework very, very thoroughly. Because that's a pretty thick book, The Woodsboro Murders is, for just being Scream, essentially.
Yeah. But there's also a lot of embellishments, like referring to Dewey's Barney Fife demeanor.
And she's probably got the whole Moraine backstory in it too.
Mm-hmm.
So
probably a couple chapters on how she believed Cotton.
Isn't it crazy? I don't know that this series gets enough credit for its world building. I guess
I don't think we get enough credit for the fact that Cotton Weary's talk show is called 100% Cotton.
I think it's interesting that Liev Schreiber is in this movie. I know that Kevin Williamson wrote like a brief outline of 2 at the end of the first one's script, is what I heard.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way it is in mine also. But since obviously the script was being held and shrouded, I'm not sure exactly how that works, but the idea that they knew that Cotton would be a character that was more prominent, because it's like there was a long time where I would forget that Liev Schreiber was in the first movie because it's literally just that one shot of him on the news.
It's Ben Stiller in The Cable Guy.
Yeah.
It's all like archived police court footage.
And what's crazy is Ben Stiller has so much more screen time in The Cable Guy than Liev Schreiber does in the first screen. It's literally like one shot. And I love that he's actually credited alongside like Joseph Whipp and W. Earl Brown, who are like players in this movie. And then you just got that one shot of Liev Schreiber that we could.
It's funny that you say that, because when I popped in Scream 4 to watch, it had a Blu-ray commercial for the original trilogy. And their selling points of who was in it: Nev Campbell, Courtney Cox, and Drew Barrymore.
Of course. still playing that game. Still using the marketing game. I guess if there was anything else I was going to mention. Oh, something else that I saw somebody mentioned recently was the scene where Billy's in the video store.
Mm-hmm.
Because you'll notice the plan is for Billy and Stu to kill everybody and then be the sole survivors.
Mm-hmm.
There's the scene where Billy's hanging out in the video store, and when Randy says, if you were the main suspect in a senseless bloodbath, would you be hanging out in the horror section? And we got to Billy just talking to 2 girls.
Mm-hmm.
Almost like he might be flirting or something. And then later in the party, after Tatum is killed, Stu's just hanging out with like 2 or 3 girls there. And when it says, like when Randy says, you can never have sex, and Stu says, I'm a dead man, and he kind of leans into that one girl.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, they know that both their girlfriends are either already dead or getting ready to die. So it's almost like they're shopping for new girlfriends already. Mm-hmm. It's like, I want to believe that's exactly what the point of that was.
Now you can go back to that scene at the video store after seeing the newest one and say, is one of them Sam's mom?
Yeah.
That will make sense much later.
Yeah. And another thing was the idea that Stu seems very nonchalant about Tatum disappearing from the party.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, we know the reason now. And then you think, like, that's almost too obvious. Like, the movie's too cleverly written for that to be as obvious as it is.
Mm-hmm.
But then we get that one quick shot from far away of Stu saying bye to people as they're leaving, and they say, where's Tatum? And he says, oh, she probably got pissed at me and bailed. And while that seems very throwaway, that does seem exactly like the way their relationship works.
Yeah.
Just in this, like when he says leave her alone, and she just walks away from him. And then she pretty much does the same thing after he says that everybody running around in costumes is like Christmas. She says stupidity leak, and then she basically walks away from him. And it's like, her just leaving the party unannounced would totally happen, it sounds like. I guess there was just one more thing I had to mention. Was there anything else you had?
No, but you realize we're almost an hour into this video. We haven't left Scream 1 yet.
Yeah. That's what I keep trying to squeeze my way up, and it's like, oh wait, there's one more thing. That's why this movie is so amazing. There's just so many
That
things.
and the sequels don't give as much to talk about. There's still stuff to talk about, but those conversations won't be nearly as long.
I feel like 3 won't take very long, but we'll see.
3's where I got to talk about my Scott Foley delivery.
Yeah. I have a guess on what that might be, but we'll get there. Have you seen any of the uncut shots?
No.
Where the little clips they had to take out to avoid the NC-17? You can find them on YouTube, and I think they might be on some copies of, like maybe on some streaming copy or something.
I bet they're on the Blu-ray.
That might be. There's one, I saw them on YouTube, and they're just little things in there, like the MPA being kind of picky, but there's a couple that you can get, like how Steve's death at the very beginning, being the first death of the whole series, seems very abrupt. Where we're like seeing him from up here up, and we just hear the slice, and then we see Casey's reaction, then we just cut, and he's just dead, and it's just guts are there. Seems very abrupt and weird. But how there is a cut of his guts falling out and dropping onto the ground that was cut out, that you can see on YouTube, or if you have like some edition that shows those. And it's like, yeah, I can see that, but there's one that seems very small, like there would be no need to cut it, but yet it's so effective in the moment. I'm kind of disappointed it's not in the movie now because of the effect that it has. When I saw it, like, okay, here, it's in the kitchen after Billy and Stu are stabbing each other, and it's clear that things have gotten out of hand. They have stabbed each other a lot more than they probably needed to. And Stu is facing the consequences. Stu is on the verge of death now.
And he's just been hit with the phone.
Yeah. There's a shot that you'll recognize because it's in the movie.
Isn't that line ad-libbed? The "ow, you hit me with the phone, Dick"?
Yeah, because he wasn't supposed to get hit with the phone. And that looked like a hard hit too. God bless Matthew Lillard for being able to ad-lib in that moment.
He was channeling early Leonardo DiCaprio smashing his hand into an actual glass in Django.
But do you remember that scene in the kitchen after they've just finished stabbing each other, and Billy says, "Okay, take care of him," and we see Stu's bloody hand, and in the background we see Neil on the ground like watching this. There's more to that shot. And all it is it pans down from Stu's hand, and Stu is just standing in a puddle of his own blood. And it's like, it's like, it seems so simple. It's like, it was weird they cut that, because it's like, it's just, I guess that's one of the shots that would have gotten an NC-17 because there was just too much blood. But it's like, it's just, Stu standing in blood. That's all it is. But it's like, when I saw that, I got lightheaded. Because it really shows how out of hand the whole thing is, and how Stu is like literally bleeding to death. And it's like, that's a shot I wish was like still in the movie, because it's really effective in showing like this is way out of control. Because you already get that vibe anyway when they're stabbing each other, and they keep doing it.
Especially since they didn't take care of Sydney first.
Yeah.
And that mistake gets made again a couple times.
Yeah. And that's another thing too, where it's like a Scary Movie has kind of done it in, but it's like, think about seeing that scene for the first time in 1996, not knowing it was coming. That kitchen scene is fucking nuts. That scene is fucking insane. It's an incredible climax. This movie has an incredible ending. That's like I love the fact, by the way, that the whole party is the entire second half of the movie. And because the climax is so long and so suspenseful, you don't even really notice. So anything else to add on 1? All right, are we ready for 2? All right. Overall thoughts on 2?
Scream 2 to me is a lot like Die Hard 2. It's fine. It's not the first one, but it's fine. Everybody that hates on Die Hard 2, come on, it's fine. When Bill Sadler's your villain, you're doing okay.
Yeah, because this one, it's funny that's your example, since our killer in Scream 2 went on to become a Die Hard villain.
Yeah.
Did you even do that on purpose?
No.
I know Scream 2 gets a lot of credit for being one of the really good sequels.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I've heard some people, not a lot, but some people say they actually prefer it and think it's the best of the series. And I do, as far as the opening, like when we talk about how this movie was meta before, like it was a jumping off point for meta horror and that whole thing, the whole self-referential thing, in the big way that it was for the time, that basically influenced where meta horror is now, even if that we had a little bit of meta horror before then in some obscure places. But what do you think about amping that up to such a level that Stab exists in universe and we get to see pieces of it?
And not only that, but it becomes a theme throughout the remainder of the series, even in 5.
Yeah, like more and more, especially the Stab series is extremely important in 4.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously it's the whole basis for the setting of 3, but I mean, as far as like the way the movies are utilized already existing in 4 is very interesting.
I remember too, when I was younger and I watched Scream 2, the first theater scene, I didn't really buy how everybody was acting. And then I learned about Midnight Rocky Horror Picture Show showings. And I was like, no, this is totally plausible.
Yeah. Even like opening showings of Marvel movies now.
There's videos on YouTube of audience reactions in Endgame that I imagine are very similar to the movie theater scene in Scary Movie 2 or Scream 2.
If anything, they might be even more out of hand than the Stab show.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like given the costumes out at the ticket booth was probably a sign if you really want things to get out of control.
There's a lot of really tone deaf things that happen in these movies. But
and it's
what I do love the theater scene though is I love the environment that Maureen's death. Yeah, I remember her name's Maureen. Shut up. But I love like when she died, it's wide out in the open. People are literally celebrating around her as she's being killed.
Yeah.
Like it's very it's very unnerving that it took her getting up in front of the crowd and starting to bleed that anybody even realized what was going on. And they were literally being stabbed inches from her. Yeah, or she was being stabbed inches from them.
Yeah, it's a terrifying scenario. Especially since it's the exact opposite of the terrifying Casey scenario. Casey died completely and totally isolated with nobody around. And Maureen died with everybody around.
Let's not forget that what leads into that scene, just to quote Jaws, just when you thought it was safe to go back in a public bathroom.
Dude, that whispering that I'm assuming Mickey is doing.
Which makes total sense because Mickey's a theatrical little booger.
Yeah.
he's like Dark Side Randy.
Yeah, that whispering and the other stuff, once again, totally ruined by Scary Movie, but talking strictly about Scream 2, that scene is so creepy. And it's like, yeah, I get, Omar Epps just kind of like, what the hell is that? But I mean, when you I guess when you know the context, it's super creepy. And then the way that it kind of lures you in towards that thing where it's like you're kind of like Omar Epps, where you're kind of like leaning in, like, what is this? Like, what's happening? And then it just happens, like very aggressively. I noticed one of the things I mentioned here that just makes me laugh, because you already brought up Luke Wilson,
Mhm.
and you were talking about the adaptation of the events in Woodsboro to Stab, and how a lot of them are surprisingly accurate.
Mhm.
But then there's the brilliant thing where they put horror movie cliches that aren't in Scream in Stab to make them more
Mhm.
cliche, like the fact that Heather Graham is getting into a shower.
Mhm.
And I love how they put in just some of those. There's the big differences, and then there's the small differences. Where we talked about how Billy says, because of Sydney's mom's death, you have to move on. I love the fact that Luke Wilson says, "That's just the way the cookie crumbles."
Only Luke Wilson could deliver that line that way.
And
That's
it's
something
like,
his character would say in a Wes Anderson movie.
yeah. Oh, he may have, for all we But then, I mean, thinking about that meta nature as well, of the fact that the Stab movies exist in universe now, and as if that's not meta enough, yes, the film class scene you were talking about, where they just literally have a discussion about how sequels suck, and then how you can hear people already talking about this movie before this movie even existed, with the character saying sequels suck, and oh, some are even better than the original, and stuff like that.
Mhm.
And it's all just literally conversations you could have about the movie itself once it's over.
And that continues throughout the rest of the series.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And it does always bother me. According to IMDb's trivia, it's because Joshua Jackson messed it up.
Hmm.
How it makes Randy look bad that they got the aliens lines reversed,
Mhm.
where Joshua Jackson says the real line,
Mhm.
"Get away from her, you bitch," and
Mhm.
Randy corrects him and says, "Stay away."
Mhm.
To my understanding, the way it was scripted was that Randy really did correct him, and Randy had the right one, but Joshua Jackson said the wrong line, so Jamie Kennedy just said the opposite line. And for some
Hmm.
reason, that's the cut that's in the movie.
Hmm.
It's like, that's always really bothered me. They should have done one more take where they got it the right way.
But you could take another approach to that. That's the chink in Randy's armor that leads to his downfall.
You know what actually would have worked?
Hmm.
Is if it was Mickey that got that line,
Mm-hmm.
to where it would show like there is somebody that's even more movie obsessed than Randy, and it would have been a giant clue to Mickey. But then again, I guess the whole scene and the fact that Mickey goes around the whole movie with a camera kind of brings in that vibe already.
And the fact that Mickey just generally comes across creepy.
I love that Randy's name for him is what is it, creepy Tarantino film student.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, we just got Timothy Olyphant in a Tarantino movie, so once again, it all ties together. How big of a clue do you think that's supposed to be, as big of a clue as it is, that Dewey and Gale find that footage of the killer? The killer's been recording things, and Mickey's the one that's running around with a camera. And it's
That and Mickey shows the footage just before, I think Jerry O'Connell tells Sydney Mickey got stuck in editing, so you have me picking you up after the play.
yeah, it's another one where it's like they just lay it all out for you, and you just may not even notice.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember. I can't remember if I suspected Mickey or not the first time I saw it, because I think I may have been spoiled on the Mrs. Loomis thing,
Mm-hmm.
but I didn't know Mrs. Loomis was Debbie Salt, and I didn't know Mrs. Loomis might have had a partner when I went into it the first time.
Well, what's interesting is you wait for these movies, and this is a spoiler for the rest of the series. You wait for these movies to play that card where it's a character that we've known all along that's the killer, and they never play it. It's always a newcomer.
Yeah. I've like every new movie, of course, but the only two I've been old enough to anticipate that I actually saw when they came out was 4 and 5. But
Mm-hmm.
when I went into those, my first thought was always like, is the killer somebody we already know or not?
See, I had that thought in 5. And when we get to 5, I'll mention it. Because if they would have gone the route that I thought they were going to go, it would have really pissed me off.
I'm curious to find out what that is.
Mm-hmm.
There's something interesting about this movie that I did always notice.
Mm-hmm.
And when I looked it up, I was very interested in how it came to be. And I guess it pisses off some of the diehard fans.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not. I'm good either way. It almost feels like it's become iconic at this point that I was a big fan of this movie already when I saw this, so I already recognized it. The fact that Dewey's theme throughout Scream 2 is reused score from Broken Arrow. Surely you noticed.
I don't think I ever did.
Really?
Yeah.
Even at the age I was when I first saw this, I noticed immediately. And apparently what happened was they were using that, and because what happens when they do like work prints, like when the movie's still being edited, to keep the vibe there, they'll just put in like placeholder score from other movies until they compose the actual score and put it in there. So the score from Broken Arrow was just being used as placeholder music until they composed Dewey's theme. But when they played that for test audiences, they weren't expecting that test audiences singled out that they love the music for Dewey. So they
I know what you're talking about now.
Yeah, so they just kept the Broken Arrow music. And I guess that pisses off diehard fans because Beltrami's score is so well loved. Now it's like doing Beltrami a disservice to use music that's not his. Because I think Zimmer did the Broken Arrow music. But I always found that interesting that that's apparently the backstory on that, because I always wondered. What do you think about the fact that have you noticed when you look at all these movies and you see all the development and all the returning characters, appropriately, there is one character that never changes?
Dewey.
I feel like Dewey gets a little more seasoned as we go. He's still got the naivete, but he gets.
I love that the mustache is a constant.
Yeah.
I actually read in the trivia for the newest Scream that David Arquette said he was excited to grow his Dewey mustache back out.
Yeah, well, you're actually on the right track. I was thinking Gale. Like no matter what they go through, no matter what happens, no matter how close to death they get, no matter who saves whose life, every time Gale comes back, she's starting from square one again. She's still.
I have something when we get to the last movie that I want to discuss about Gale. Just like there's some things I want to talk about with Gale later.
I guess the lead in just to here, I guess I could say up to from 1 through 3, I can say. The idea that like how she's the person where she's talking about getting Cotton out of prison and saving his life in the first movie to Kenny. And then she says, "Do you know what that would do for my book sales?" And it's like, that's where her head's at. And then in this one, she comes right back around. She's trying to force this Cotton interview on Sydney immediately. And
even making Cotton come off kind of a dick.
Yeah. There's something so off about Cotton. Like the whole time. Like it almost seems appropriate that it's like, yeah, I get where Sydney was coming from. Like, even if he was innocent, and even if it did look like it was him, that all the pieces were set up, he was framed. If you just kind of knew Cotton personally, he's a little off. But
and he's very forceful.
Yeah.
Like he definitely, if you would have said this guy killed people, I don't think you question it.
The library scene is such a red flag. It's like, yeah, we get it. He wrongfully went to prison for a year. He almost got executed. Yeah, he might be a little edgy, but it's like something's off about Cotton. And I love the way they keep playing with that. For as long as they can. Um, what do you think about like some of the new characters that kind of come in, like the new cameraman or Sarah Michelle Gellar and stuff like that?
Honestly, I don't. They're not nearly as memorable. Like Tatum is in one movie, but Tatum is memorable. She has personality. She has sass. She has the relationship with Stu. I don't even remember Sydney's roommate's name in two.
Yeah, it's Hallie.
Maybe.
I keep wanting to say Elise, but I think that's the actress's name.
I think
Yeah,
my favorite of the new characters in Scream 2, honestly, I like Mickey. I like Mickey a lot. And I also like, I cannot think of his name in the movie, but I like Jerry O'Connell.
Derek.
Yeah, I like Jerry O'Connell.
It's Derek is such a tragic character by the end.
Yeah.
Like
He is.
Derek,
He's like Scream's John Walker. Maybe that's why I like.
I was gonna say, I don't know if it's the stage setting or what, but I almost feel like Derek's tragedy is almost Shakespearean. It's like you build him up like he's the villain the whole time,
Mm-hmm.
and in his dying moments is when we realize, oh, he was okay. He was actually a really great dude. And now it's too late for us to appreciate.
And I love the detail in the third one that Sydney's still wearing his Greek letters.
That's such a nice callback.
You're pleased with that?
It's like Derek lives on. He deserves that.
Yeah, because even when she wanted to be away from him, like he was like, and I'm supposed to be understanding? Okay.
Yeah.
Like he's not happy, but he takes the high road. Like I like Jerry. Jerry didn't deserve that.
And it's like I guess some
Jerry deserved a nice dumping off screen. Like
and his letters wouldn't have made it into 3 if that were the case.
True.
He would have gotten those back. And yeah, some people might think it's cringy. I even don't mind his very public gesture of love.
His Heath Ledger in 10 Things I Hate About You.
Yes, which I believe predates that.
Oh, so Jerry O'Connell beat him to it.
Because I want to say 10 Things I Hate About You was 99 when this was 97.
This is the second time that Heath Ledger has been addressed in this video.
Oh, Brokeback.
Man, I wonder what he'd be doing now. You think Heath Ledger would have been in the MCU by this point?
Oh, maybe. He would have been courted like Joaquin Phoenix was, at least. One thing that I like, I do agree that this cameraman isn't as memorable as Kenny.
Mm-hmm.
Because Kenny has lines like "My name isn't Jesus" and like immortalizing Cheetos in a gruesome fashion. One line I didn't used to catch for a while was after Sydney punches Gail the first time in the first movie. Well, obviously the first movie because it's Kenny. And he catches her. He says, "Nice shot." And then you can hear him right after that say, "I meant the camera shot." It's off screen, but you could tell Gail like caught that and was like glaring. But it's completely off screen because we're watching Sydney and Dewey and Tatum leave when we hear that off camera. But I do like the way that the new cameraman is like immediately addressing, like as soon as he finds out that Kenny died, he's like ready to leave, and we almost never see him again. I believe his response was it's a line that I love. It's he talks about like dying in a more gruesome fashion in the book, but then Gail says, "No, it wasn't that bad. He just got his throat slashed." And the cameraman's response is, "The point is he isn't in the union anymore." And I love that his resume is he shot the bingo finals and almost won an award for it. It's like I love the cameraman's backstory as much as his actual character.
So you're a fan of Joel?
Yeah, he's another one that I feel like is a pretty big red herring because they really start playing up him being a red herring when Randy dies. Because he's conveniently timed donuts.
Mhm.
and Randy being in his van when he's killed.
Let's talk about that. How did you feel about them killing Randy off in the sequel?
Before I state my own opinion, I will say something that Jamie Kennedy himself brought up recently.
Hmm.
Jamie Kennedy has a YouTube channel
Mhm.
that's really great because he talks about he goes in like current events, which is whatever. But he's got great videos about his time in the industry.
Mhm.
And he talks a lot about his Scream career and what came afterwards. And he said at one point that he got approached by Bob Weinstein at like a party or something. And Bob Weinstein told him, killing you off was the biggest mistake we ever made.
Hmm.
And he said the reason for that was the audience lost their voice when Randy died.
Yeah.
Like it was like I could get that from a stance of putting the audience in a place of, oh my god, I don't know what to do because we've lost our voice, and it can make the stakes scarier. But it's like
Mhm.
you do realize that how crucial Randy was,
Mhm.
and how all the scenarios that we've come to know throughout the series are scenarios you'd want to see what Randy would have to say. I mean, we do get our experts later on as we go, our new ones.
Mhm.
But it's like there was something about the Randy character in particular that made that particular thing, the rules thing, really magical.
Mhm.
And that's definitely feels like and it does, like, I could see people saying it's no wonder 3 started to feel like the decline.
Mhm.
It was the first one where we didn't have Randy physically here.
Mhm.
So yeah, that's it does feel like the series really had to keep picking up after themselves and kind of filling the void in that was left by him, because it would have been very easy to keep him in the series.
If you were gonna kill somebody from the first movie, though, to kind of make that sequel impact, who would you have picked?
Probably the person that basically was dead until the very end. Because it's like I was talking about there's 2 scenes in Scream 2 that I can't look at. Something makes me very squeamish about Dewey's almost death scene. I don't know if I guess it's the way the blood comes out of his mouth or something, but I guess it's like seeing the character in that way also, where that looks so much like a death scene.
Mhm.
And I guess a lot of people complain that he survived because there's no physical way he could have, because he's
Mhm.
not recovered till the next day after
Mhm.
all that blood. But there is the scene where Cotton appears and says, "I found Dewey and tried to help him." We're not really sure what Cotton did. Maybe Cotton somehow stopped his bleeding, or at least held it off a little bit. It's yeah. But I feel like that goes ignored when talking about that. But I can still see how it's like that was a lot of blood. That was a lot of stabs.
I mean, 50 Cent was shot 9 times and lived.
Yeah. God, there's some people that have survived shotgun blasts to the face.
Mhm.
Um, by the way, the other scene that I can't look at all in this is actually, can you guess what it is?
Is Omar Epps getting stabbed in the head?
Nope. It does involve a piercing of a head, though.
Who got pierced in the head?
Oof. It's not a long cut of it, so I could see where you might forget it, but good God, do I not forget it.
Who was it?
The fucking bodyguard that gets the pole through the head,
Oh, I forgot all about that.
that went through the windshield, and we get that shot of it while he's like dying.
Oh yeah.
God, that shot. I mean, it's
Mhm.
very well, it's very, very well executed gore, but God, it's fucking disgusting.
Mhm.
That's, I think, that's probably the most squeamish I get in this whole series, is that shot.
Mhm.
So yeah, and that poor dude that got it.
Mhm.
That poor bodyguard. What do you think about the Sarah Michelle Gellar scene?
It's our Casey Becker scene, essentially.
Yeah, just really late in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because wasn't that what she was kind of like really? She would have been at that really big status at this point, wouldn't she?
Scream 2 came out, what, 97?
Yeah.
That's the same year Buffy the Vampire Slayer started.
Yeah, let me, I'm pretty sure, but let me double check something. This could probably be answered offhand. I was trying to remember if, yeah, she's not pictured on the cover, but she's one of the ones named. So it's still kind of the same thing as really playing up that somebody's in it for longer than they actually end up being.
Mm-hmm.
Which is this series' favorite thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
But it feels like
it really takes advantage of it in 4.
Yeah. I've always felt like, I mean, I love the way they build the tension, but I've always felt like the Cece scene might be a little too long. Do you get that at all? I mean, I like the way they throw in some of like the false scares, like Marisol Nichols popping up behind her and stuff like that, and how it's in that moment that he sneaks in from behind is a really creepy shot because it's so believably smooth to where she'd be just distracted enough that you wouldn't see that in your peripherals because she's like turned just the right way.
Mm-hmm.
But it still feels like there's a lot of her kind of wandering around for a while before we get the big moment. But this is another one of those series that kind of specializes in that, like the really long build-ups to a kill. Which is great because that's the thing that we talk about where it's like that's what we want in place of gore. Like if you're gonna do the gore, you got to do that build up first and earn it. But I feel like sometimes scenes like that can be cut down, and the CC scene comes to mind when I think of that. Was there do you remember the first time you saw this one? And what your questions were going into it, like who it was and what clues to look out for and stuff like that? I'm mainly curious
Billy's mom is hidden pretty well.
Yeah.
Billy's mom seems like it comes out of left field.
Yeah, the only reason
especially when you find out that she's the one that killed Randy, it definitely feels like that Mickey would have been the one to do that.
Yeah. But then it makes sense because half that phone call is him just trash talking Billy.
True.
Because I heard somewhere we had a big old discussion just now about which killer is it which time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I have no reason to doubt this, I guess. I was reading somewhere where are we under the impression Randy's the only one Mrs. Loomis killed and everybody else was Mickey?
I think that makes sense.
Yeah, because her next one would have just been Sydney.
Mm-hmm.
Because the whole thing was just sort of like she was kind of the background to Mickey and how he was able to do what he was able to do.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
I think it's also kind of the giveaway too, which is how savagely Randy is killed.
Yeah, there's another great story that Jamie Kennedy tells about that. About that shot we get of his body that's really gruesome.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the way he tells. I'm probably gonna butcher it. It's the way he tells it that's really funny. Because there was the whole thing where Dewey was supposed to die in 1.
Mm-hmm.
Like when he has the knife in his back, that was supposed to be his death scene. But just in case test audiences didn't like it and wanted him, they went ahead and shot that scene of him on the stretcher and giving the thumbs up as he was being put in the ambulance.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was so the way it was the big deal was Dewey giving the thumbs up means I'm alive and I'm staying alive.
Mm-hmm.
So it crossed Jamie Kennedy's mind. Audiences might not like that they killed Randy, maybe I should get my thumbs up shot just in case. And I think the way it went down, I think the way he described it was like he was here and like Wes Craven or a producer was over there. And after he was like covered in the blood and they'd done that shot, he kind of went like, thumbs up. And the producer was just.
And it turns out they should have done it.
Yeah. I once had a theory way back in the day this was before 4 came out even. An idea that some people are really desperate for Randy to come back. And it was like I had it all thought out at this particular point. There's probably holes in it at this point now, especially with the newer movies, but it's like the whole idea of Roman faking his death at the end of 3 because he had movie effects laying around.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, what if this whole thing has been Randy orchestrating a horror franchise with Randy being the producer, Roman being the director, and with Roman's effects, they could easily make Randy look like a corpse.
Mm-hmm.
And I had like a whole bunch of things going on there that I don't remember because that was over 10 years ago. But
fun fact, I think 2 and 5 are the only movies where the killer doesn't fake their death. Because Billy fakes his, Roman fakes his, and Emma Roberts and Kieran Culkin fake theirs.
Rory Culkin.
Rory, yeah.
That's the second time because you called Emma Roberts Julia Roberts earlier.
Did I?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, her name is Jill Roberts. I mean,
yeah. Yeah, I keep forgetting her character name is Roberts too. That's fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
What else was I gonna? Oh, I think the question I was asking before, we were talking about the surprises in it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, like I said, I'd had it spoiled to me on like a message board that Mrs. Loomis was involved. This was long after the movie came out. That's on me, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't know it was Debbie Salt. But it was like the whole idea of them coming back to the Mrs. Voorhees thing is very interesting. Where it's like where it almost feels like it's kind of obvious there. It's one of the first things they talk about in the series itself is the existence of Mrs. Voorhees.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a really cool callback to that on top of being a really insane twist.
Mm-hmm.
Once again, breaking the fourth wall where Mickey's just literally telling us, nice twist.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel about Laurie Metcalf's performance?
She definitely does Unhinged well once she gets there. She plays all parts of it well. She plays the suck up really well.
The determined reporter.
Mm-hmm.
And the complete and total psychopath.
Mm-hmm.
How she does that with her eyes. Because the thing about it is, I've seen like Jackie on Roseanne has had those eyes before for comedic purposes.
Does Laurie Metcalf have like top 5 crazy eyes in Hollywood?
Do you know what I would love to have seen that of course I could not? She had a stint on Broadway. On the stage, she played Annie Wilkes in Misery.
I'd totally buy it.
How amazing must that have been?
That's like when I was in New York and I regret not going to see Jeff Daniels play Atticus Finch.
Yeah. Do you know who her Paul Sheldon was?
Who?
Bruce Willis.
Really?
It's wild, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, we'll talk about Bruce Willis when 4 comes around. I've got some complaints about Bruce Willis in 4, but we'll get there.
And we've already talked about Die Hard 2.
Yeah. Where do you stand on no, before we get, I keep getting sidetracked. What I was talking about was I was curious if you ever suspected Derek the first time you saw it.
No, I figured that was a big red herring. I didn't think they'd do the boyfriend twice in a row.
Yeah, because I really love the moment where they do. I mean, they kind of negate this in a way, but also not, because there's always the idea is already in our heads that there could be 2. When he randomly pops up, when Sydney says, "Stop being a fucking coward and show yourself," and he says, "Okay," and he's just there. And then he closes the door, and we get that shot of Derek going, "What the hell?" So we know Derek isn't Ghostface in that scene, but then we get that moment that comes back for almost the rest of this, for almost every other movie in the series now, where the people that look really guilty but may or may not be guilty get that same cut in that same place on their arm. Derek started that shit. And it's like, I thought they did do a really good job of, like, it's the whole, because Billy set up the whole thing of it could easily be the boyfriend. Remember not saying too much ahead of time about other movies, but it's the idea of, you could easily think, oh, they just, like, it's the whole, it almost like they were jumping the gun on the remake thing before 4 happened. And it's like, you know, is it going to be the boyfriend again? But then it's like the whole idea of toying with the audience and making the audience think, oh, it's too obvious to be this thing. Just like the way with Billy. Billy was made so obvious in the first movie, everybody basically said, it can't be him, it's too obvious. So of course it was. So it really fucks with your head. Derek's whole existence just fucks with your head if you're watching it for the first time. So that's really well handled, I thought. There is one scene I'm not sure how I feel about, and it's the scene where I kind of zone out on the movie a little bit. The scene of Sydney being in the play, which I think what the play is supposed to be symbolic in one way, but I'm not familiar with it, so I don't know.
They talk about it. David Warner talks about it. The woman that Sydney's playing is cursed because people around her die, or something like that.
Yeah.
It's like an allegory of her in real life somehow.
So this isn't even that important or anything, but it's just a question I always have when I watch it. When the play is happening and she keeps seeing the ghost face, is that Sydney's paranoia, or is he really there?
Would it surprise you if either answer was yes?
Yeah, I'm hoping it's just paranoia. It seems a little, that seems borderline, he's hanging out in the convenience store in 1. So is there anything else that you have about 2?
No.
Yeah, so overall, I do really like 2, and I find it very easy to revisit. Like, when I watch 1, more often than not, I'll go ahead and do 2. And I'm perfectly okay with that. And, like, a lot of the new characters are just fun enough, even if they aren't as memorable. And, like, just like you were saying, I honestly keep forgetting about the roommate character. And it's like when she ends up biting it, it's like, oh, well, that's a bummer. Oh, wait, that's one more scene I wanted to talk about. How amazing is the suspense in the scene where Mickey crashes the car and they have to climb over him to get out. And she has to debate whether or not she's going to pull the mask off and risk waking him up. That scene is so, even when you've seen the movie a bunch of times, that scene is still so tense. And there's multiple fake outs in it. There's her hitting the horn and he doesn't move. I love the fact that they stick with that and his head's fucked up when he pulls the mask off. It's like he just literally got into a car wreck. Of course he looks like that. But there's also the thing where you think multiple things are clear in this scene that tell us the roommate's going to die. But we don't realize it's going to be outside the car. So I love the fact that Sydney goes first, so that when the roommate's coming through, it seems abundantly clear he's going to wake up when the roommate's on top of him and kill her. And the fact that the roommate gets all the way out the window and they get down the road before something happens is incredible. So I really love that scene also. I love that scene the same way I love the Jeep scene in 1. Where it's just like this perfect level of suspense when you're trapped in this car. So I really, really love those. So would you say you're a fan of 2 as well?
Yeah.
All right. Do we go on to 3 now?
Let's go to 3.
We'll start with you again.
Okay.
Thoughts on 3 overall?
Oh man, I'm conflicted. I think the plot is extremely far-fetched, but I like Roman as a character.
Do you think the plot as a whole is far-fetched or strictly the reveal?
The reveal.
It's very. Do you want to start at the end and then we'll jump around 3?
If we start at the end, I can go over my Scott Foley delivery.
Oh, then it's not the one I was thinking of.
Because it's almost like a reversal of something a hero would say to the villain instead. I don't know why, but I really love the exchange of when he's looking around and Sydney says lost something without even missing a beat. He picks up the gun and just says found something and shoots her. I think that's really cool. That's one of my favorite exchanges in the entire series.
So what you're saying is you would have found that completely satisfying if Sydney actually died in that scene.
I don't know that I would take it that far, but what I'm saying is I love the reversal because could you not see the shoe being on the other foot and that be the scene where Roman dies and those lines are reversed?
Yeah. Isn't it funny that he gets the really cool line like that and she gets the shitty line, it's your turn to scream, asshole?
Yeah. Like I don't know what it is, but those 2 lines, I love the delivery on those 2 lines.
Yeah. You were taking that in like a serious, you love this line thing. I was taking it in a funny sense. For some reason, I was jumping to when he says, they called me a pariah. I don't even know what a pariah is.
No, that is funny. But no, I the end exchanger, that's my favorite Roman delivery.
Nice.
Yeah.
I love that it's a serious one.
It is.
Well, here's
another comedic thing that I like that happens at the end is when Dewey's shooting him and he just keeps running and screaming.
Yeah. and Dewey literally believes it's because he's superhuman.
Yeah. But no, my favorite line delivery is completely serious. There was no jokes in that.
I got a question for you, come to think of it. Do you think it's good and clever? Or do you think it's a slap in the face to Randy's character that most of his rules don't come true? There's not a superhuman killer and they all survive. Because he really, the thing about that found something bit is that Randy really builds up that Sydney might die.
Yeah.
Because I was trying to remember what all he says in the video and which parts actually did come true. The past is not the past.
It ties to the past.
Yeah.
And the past will bite you in the ass.
Is that it?
I also appreciate the reversal that you would think the third movie would go bigger, and instead of increasing killers, we reduced.
Yeah.
That's a strange route to take, to go backwards in your amount of killers. But I think it also fit the story because that would have the first one, you could easily work a partner in there. The second one, it's kind of more of an 80-20 killing ratio. It's Mickey most of the time, like you said. The third one, there is no way you could give Roman a partner and it makes sense.
Yeah, because he technically had partners, but they're all dead now.
I mean, yeah, you could go with Patrick Dempsey, but I feel like Patrick Dempsey's kind of a purposeful red herring. Like in the way I feel like a lot of his deliveries are over the top for the sake of trying to make him a red herring. I don't think that some of the way that he delivers things is the way that a normal person would say these things. But I do love the fact that Patrick Dempsey, by the end of this movie, has given Dewey a run from his money on the fucked up a meter.
Yeah. I don't want to talking about Patrick Dempsey's lines and how they make him look so much like a red herring in a really obvious way.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to just like hate on Aaron Kruger, but he's definitely not Kevin Williamson. It's so apparent that he's not Kevin Williamson.
Now there is some stuff in 3 I like. Like it's kind of a rule. You have to love Putty.
I love Patrick Warburton, but what is up with that guy? Why is he so antagonistic?
Because he's a Hollywood bodyguard, and he feels like his resume is big enough to let him throw around his weight.
Yeah, that's something I was getting ready to bring up, was when you said that this one actually feels like it's on a surprisingly small scale for a third movie. It's like the only thing in this movie that went bigger was the setting.
Yeah.
Like the events are the same on as far as scale goes.
And I do like the chase scene in the house set. Like how her first instinct is to close and lock a door, and he just comes from another part of the set.
Yeah.
Like I do like how like her basic survival instincts kicked in and it didn't help. Like even her knowing what to do and how to handle it in that scene did her no good.
Yeah, it's literally like a redo of Stu knowing the layout of his own house.
Mm-hmm.
That is a pretty wicked shot when she runs through the door and there's no set left. And it's a
Mm-hmm.
really far drop.
And I do love the kind of trickery she pulls where she gets him to poke his head out enough for her to throw him down.
Yeah. I will say, while we're on the topic of Roman and Aaron Kruger as a writer,
Mm-hmm.
we talk about the ending being contrived and the twist being a little contrived. There is a problem that I have with that scene that I could honestly say I have a kind of a problem with, even in the good movies or the better movies, depending on how you feel about Scream 3, the better ones.
Mm-hmm.
Does it always sound like when the killer, I mean, I guess it makes sense because of the kind of characters that they are,
Mm-hmm.
but whenever the characters in the Scream movies are giving their motive, it almost always sounds like fan fiction.
Yeah.
Like whenever there's one of the, I think it's the line you just brought up before, where Roman said, like Roman's talking about his whole plan, everything that went down, how he's just the Blofeld thing inspector, I'm the architect of all your pain. And it gets to that point where he says, after he showed Billy the footage, and he says, all the kid needed was a few pointers.
Mm-hmm.
All the kid needed was a few pointers sounds exactly like something somebody would have written on a message board, as this is what the ending should be. It doesn't sound like it'd be in a script, in an actual movie.
Do you think it's interesting in the third one that the plot and the motive is so contrived and the producer character sees no fault in it, like a movie studio would ignore a bad plot just to push the story forward?
Yeah, there's a lot of very interesting things about the Lance Henriksen character.
Mm-hmm.
Were you putting together what I was putting together this time around?
Do you feel like Lance Henriksen's story about Maureen is very eerie, coming from a movie produced by Harvey Weinstein?
That's exactly what I'm getting at.
Like, do you feel like there was some writing on the wall then?
That's, I mean, hey, these movies, this whole thing is self-aware.
Yeah. And I know you don't like to talk about current events on here, but I didn't think even you could ignore that.
The whole series is saying these movies are exactly what we are.
You know, too, that had to, if she ever watched it, that had to be an extra slap in the face to Rose McGowan.
Yeah. I mean, I guess she's, I mean, obviously Weinstein's out of the equation, but it's like, as far as the series itself, I like that she's still been around, where it's like, when they've done like, group Zoom chats and stuff like that with the old cast, she's been there. So it's nice to see that
I do like that that she finally gets kind of a subtle mention in 5 again. Well, not really a mention, but like a reference.
Yeah.
I was wondering if you caught it because you looked like you weren't sure what I was talking about at first.
Yeah, it's part of something I was gonna bring up when we get to 5.
Oh, okay.
Like I'm gonna further elaborate on what I think is interesting about it.
Okay.
There is something about the twist that I do think is very interesting as far as the movie being on a bit of a disturbing level.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously, even though the actors are in like their 20s at this point, the first Scream movie is disturbing, especially when you think about the fact that Billy and Stu are just high school kids.
Mm-hmm.
High school kids committing this kind of thing. Like I said, the news nowadays, you may be just numb to it.
Mm-hmm.
But thinking about the idea of Billy and Stu just being like these high school kids when they commit.
Hell, the first Scream was 2 years before even Columbine.
Yeah. And Columbine actually affected the making of this movie.
Mm-hmm.
But what kind of struck me was all the stuff with like, this is obviously clear in the first movie. Like you can put this together in the first movie, but for some reason it didn't really hit me until Roman was talking about his whole plan.
Mm-hmm.
How the killing of Maureen was a year before the events of Scream,
Mm-hmm.
which they also committed.
Mm-hmm.
So think about how young they're supposed to be in Scream, and that they're a year younger when they did something as insane as killing Maureen in the fashion that they did.
Mm-hmm.
It's like Roman got them really young.
Yeah.
That kind of freaks me out the more I think about it. And that's the thing where it's like a year isn't a big difference, but when you're like as young as the characters are in the first movie, yeah, like if they're supposed to be 17, meaning they would have been 16 when they killed Maureen, that just sounds so young.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty terrifying. But what do you were talking about them running around the set and that being a great scene. I don't know how I feel about the climax leading up to Roman's reveal. What do you think about what all goes on in the mansion during the climax?
I don't think the killers of old would have left Gale and Dewey alive.
I think another thing that bothers me, by the way, there was a long period where I didn't get the hate that Scream 3 gets. Where I was like, I see it, it's may not be as good as 1 and 2, but I still like it a lot. But like in the past few years or so is when I've been really starting to see what the problems are.
Mm-hmm.
And there's one thing that really hit me recently, and that is how almost all of the kills, but especially the whole climax, where the deaths feel almost completely half-assed. Like the fact that Parker Posey is such a crucial character.
Mm-hmm.
She's so offhandedly killed. I sometimes forget her character even dies.
Mm.
Like, I'm not even sure did he, because we see Dewey shooting the mirrors and then she just kind of falls through. Are we under the assumption she got stabbed at some point?
Mm-hmm.
that was a pretty crucial character to just kind of throw on the ground like that. Same for Emily.
Yeah, I always kind of wondered too if Dewey shot her by accident, but when I rewatched it, I noticed he was shooting the top of the mirror.
Yeah. Okay, I've always wondered about that because I was
for having so many times where he's come off inept, there's a lot of times where Dewey is extremely smart.
I mean, if you're gonna bring this up and we're already in the ending, let's give Dewey props for Roman's death.
Mm-hmm.
Where it's like he looks so idiotic, like I'm shooting him in the chest. I don't know what's happening. Oh my god, he's superhuman. Oh my god, no, the head. Oh, okay. One shot. One perfect shot. It's like, oh, why didn't you tell me? Mm. But yeah, so that's always kind of bothered me the more I think about it, was just how the kills are barely a thing in this one. Like there's a lot of kills,
Mm-hmm.
but they're just who gives a fuck kills.
Mm-hmm.
It's like,
You were talking about being a different writer. Do you know what line/moment happens that lets me know that somebody thought that like they were writing a Scream movie as good as the other two are written, but then you hear this line and it's in the exchange and you're like, yeah, I see why you thought that'd be in a Scream movie, but I don't think Scream would have done that, is whenever Roman slits Lance Henriksen's throat after Lance Henriksen says the phrase "final cut."
my first my first thought is always, oh, you walked right into that one, Lance Hendrickson.
Yeah.
As he's just dying on the ground.
Yeah.
Oh, that one's your fault.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's the thing too, is it's like, that's a character where we're just not sad he's dead, period.
Yeah. Lost something, found something is a 10 times better exchange than that one.
And that's the thing, is lost something, found something doesn't even feel like it's trying to be clever.
No, I think it's just the way Scott Foley delivers the "found something" line.
Yeah, he is certain he's getting the kill in.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, I know him being in it and his motives are a stretch. I really like Scott Foley in this movie.
Yeah. Yeah, because he's really believable as both. Like when he's plays the really over the top parts well, but he's just the exasperated director. He does so well too.
Mm-hmm.
I love that Jenny McCarthy accidentally knocked over his little trophy,
Mm-hmm.
and then he's like, "I'm next. This is a sign."
I also love the over the topness when Sydney's like running him down and he just pulls out the classic like psychotic line of, "I don't want to hear it." Like, I love how balls to the wall Scott Foley takes it. Like, despite what you think of the movie itself, I have to give Scott Foley credit for going all the way.
And you know what's also interesting about just how committed he got to playing the killer part,
Mm-hmm.
was the way these movies are made and how the actors don't know going in that they're going to be the killer.
Mm-hmm.
So there was probably a very brief period where he found out he was the killer and then having to find this performance in himself.
Yeah.
It's like, I mean, surely it's like you make little mental preparations, like, I wonder how I'm going to play certain scenes if I happen to be the killer. I wonder.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, I wonder what that preparation process is like with that small window of time.
Mm-hmm.
Is there's something else I find interesting that we've just mentioned in passing a few times now, but there's something kind of interesting about it. The fact that Roman faked his death. The way this movie's written, very laying everything out for you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really surprised there's no mention of the fact that he had just faked his death.
Mm-hmm.
There's nobody saying, wait, I thought you were dead. And he explains movie magic or something like that. He's just revealed, and it's just up to us to say, oh, I guess he faked his death.
Well, I think that's because the only person that knew was Parker Posey, and she was dead by that point.
And her death's so anticlimactic. Not that we'd remember she was dead at that point, but she was.
Because, like, you could make the argument that she went and told everyone Roman's dead, but
she told somebody, didn't she? I feel like I remember hearing her voice say, oh my God, Roman's dead.
I'm thinking she told Angelina.
Well, that's not helpful either.
No, exactly. So why I see that it's weird that he didn't reference it, in his mind, Parker Posey is the only one that knew.
Yeah. So, and that is interesting.
So it actually wouldn't have really made any sense for him to explain it.
Yeah. But once again, poor writers explain stuff they don't have to all the time. That's also part of the surprise to me. It's like, hey, good, Aaron Kruger. There's got to be a deleted line in there somewhere where he explained it. It's like because it does almost feel cheap because part of the fun of these movies is trying to guess who the killer is. But then at the same time, it's all around. There's actually foreshadowing with Dion Richmond's character's name, Tyson. When Tyson pops out and he has the scissors through his head, like that's the long foreshadowing to the fact that a death can be faked. So it's like you could see it might seem like a cop out to throw the audience off. At the same time, audience member that's really paying attention could say, if we didn't see the death happen, that could be all the props laying around. Because they do draw attention a lot to the props, like Jenny McCarthy going through a scene that looks like it's at a scary movie when she's grabbing all the rubber knives trying to stop him. Like Carmen Electra picking up the banana. So, and I do also think that, okay, talking about over explaining, there's another example of this movie actually doing that. It's like we can give them credit for not having Roman say, hey, I faked my death. This is how I did it. That's why you got faked out, audience. This movie is obsessed with bulletproof vest reveals.
Yeah.
It's like when Sydney sits up, she didn't need to pull her shirt up and show us. It's weird to say that about Neve Campbell, but to show us the vest, I mean.
It's covered in the shot where she looks at the bulletproof vest. Like, that covered it.
Yeah.
Now, if you didn't have that scene, yeah, have her show it.
It's such a... I can't fucking stand the bulletproof vest cliche because they always feel a need to reveal it. It's like we can never assume. We have to assume for ourselves that Roman faked his own death, and that's why he appeared. But they don't trust us with the bulletproof vest. Multiple times. Because Roman reveals his first, like a fucking flasher, and then Sydney gets her moment, and it's like, yeah, we know. And it's... But
doesn't it make it a little bit more ridiculous that Dewey thinks he's superhuman when we know exactly what's going on?
Getting ready to say, one of my least favorite moments with Judy in 4 involves a stupid bulletproof vest reveal, but we're not on 4 yet. So I'll keep that.
We're almost there. I think we're about out of stuff for 3.
I've actually still got quite a bit of stuff here for 3 that we can just kind of speed round through. Do you have much else on? Because we mostly just talk about 3's ending. Do you have anything else like really significant on 3?
Honestly, I think outside of the ending, there's not really a whole lot of meat on those bones to go through.
Yeah, there's some things that I dislike.
Okay.
Let's see. There's stuff like that. I mean, I get it. I get why it's here. The Jay and Silent Bob thing is... Where do you stand on that?
What's the behind the scenes story on that?
When we get close-ups of Gail's camera in the first movie, and Stu's VHS of Clerks is there, there was like some kind of like exchange there of, hey, since you did this thing, we'll do this thing, and then that turned into Jay and Silent Bob being in this movie, and then that turned into Wes Craven being in Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back when they walked up to the Scream, what would have been the Scream 4 at the time set. Shannon Doherty and the monkey and all that. It's just... I just remembered something I don't like about 3. Or something that happens in 3 that I don't like. Is the scene with the explosion. The whoever smells the gas thing.
Like, how was Roman faxing that in?
there's a whole lot of ways that just had to fall into place in this really unbelievable way.
That's the scene. That's a scene for me that like is the only scene where it's like Roman had to have a partner, because that just makes no fucking sense.
And he was very presumptuous. Nobody would have a flashlight.
Mm-hmm. That's
That
one
was,
to me that feels like we've gotten a little out of control.
yeah. Is that the worst kill in the series?
It might be.
I said I mean, I really don't like a lot of the half-assed ones that are in this one, but I mean, it's
I do think though, if you count the scene after the explosion plus the climax, Doomies had to put like 16 bullets in Roman at this point.
Yeah, I keep forgetting about that moment where he shoots him down right there.
Yeah, it's kind of badass.
Oh my, can you imagine the welts that Roman is covered in by the time he's actually dead?
Right? Him laying in that coffin faking his death is probably just resting from all the bullets that have hit his bulletproof vest.
The same thing about the Jay and Silent Bob thing. Thoughts on the Carrie Fisher cameo?
I don't really think too much of it.
It's just it's just so forced, and it's like, and I get, we're in meta territory beyond belief because we're just in Hollywood now. Like like we were saying, the peak of meta, like how can you get more meta than Stab existing in universe and Scream 2? You can't possibly go beyond that. And then like now being here in Hollywood while one of them is being made, and it's obviously we're so far into the meta thing at this point that anything is possible. But it's almost like setting it in Hollywood was almost too easy. Like all of the meta references are too easy at this point. And it's almost like they're not even that clever anymore. There's even the one moment when Jenny McCarthy is getting ready to get killed, and she talks about how she says that her character is the second one killed in the movie, which is obviously a reference to the fact that she's the second death scene in Scream 3.
See, I don't mind that. That feels like classic Scream foreshadowing.
Do you think the joke would be better if she was actually the second person killed rather than being the second death scene? Because Cotton is the second one because his girlfriend's the first one.
Oh shit! I forgot about the girlfriend.
Yeah, most people do.
We didn't talk about that. How the movie starts off with killing Cotton.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up as well when we were talking about Cotton being off. There's something wrong with Cotton, even if he's innocent. When Roman's using his voice, trying to break the door down, coming at her with a fireplace poker or whatever, she says, "Cotton, I don't like your stab games."
You know, it's funny. When I was rewatching that, I actually asked Susan, I was like, what is she talking about?
Something's wrong with Cotton.
Yeah.
Maybe the only person Cotton has ever killed in his life is Mrs. Loomis. But there's something not right about that dude. I almost feel like maybe losing him wasn't the worst thing for humanity.
Oh man. They actually call him in the thing too. They call him controversial.
Yeah, I want to know more. I mean, I'm guessing it's just because of the trial, but I'd like to know if he did more to be controversial after he got that second level of fame. Like surely he said some controversial shit on that show. He had.
Yeah, and he went through some pretty underhanded tactics to try to get that fame.
Yeah. God knows how that Barbara Walters interview ended up going. That must have been wild.
I also love the fact that Scream 3 is so dated because Creed is everywhere.
Yes, I was just getting ready to bring up Creed and it's 2000-ness. I believe Creed is also in Halloween H2O.
Yeah.
It's like this was like the era of having Creed in your horror movies.
Mm-hmm.
Because it would have just Halloween H2O would have just been a couple years prior.
Mm-hmm.
That's hilarious. Oh, I love we were talking about producers and the kind of character Lance Henriksen is playing. Not the Weinstein type, but like the horror producer type. So I love Roger Corman being there when we first meet
Mm-hmm.
Henriksen and Roman.
Mm-hmm.
I love the idea. This is something we really get into in 5. The idea of how the Stab series is already changing as it goes on, and how we're getting casting changes, and how Tori Spelling and David Schwimmer didn't want to come back.
Mm-hmm.
That I like the clever stuff like that as far as like the Hollywood stuff. I love there's something that's very underrated clever in Scream 3.
Hmm.
And that is the fact of script changes being such a plot point.
Yeah.
Because that's something you hear about all the time, especially on movies like this, where scripts are just constantly changing over and over and over again,
Mm-hmm.
much to the actor's dismay. And now the whole idea of the killer's following the script, but which one,
Mm-hmm.
is a really cool concept.
Mm-hmm.
Which is
Which
ultimately
it's funny too, because if you know who the killer is, if you can figure that out, like if it's going in the order that Roman's version did, Roman's probably your killer.
yeah. And it's always so interesting to watch the Jenny McCarthy scene when you know.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's literally just Cotton, not Cotton, fucking Roman. How did I lose his name just now? We've been saying it already. It's literally just Roman talking to her normally, and then he just starts using the voice changer.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of like the old argument of why does Batman change his voice to talk to Alfred?
Yeah. And I guess it's worth mentioning that the idea of the script being a great concept is another reason the whoever smells the gas scene sucks.
Mhm.
Because we start to abandon that when he's just writing the script in real time.
Mhm.
Which, I mean, it probably sounds cool on paper, but I like the idea of we got to decode and figure out which script is the right one.
Mhm. So you wish that would have been explored more.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I wrote something down here about Roman faking his death.
Hmm.
She did check his pulse. Are we just
Mhm.
assuming she did it poorly?
My guess is she's an actress, not with any medical training, and she just grabbed the wrong place.
Or it's like, I see this in the movies, I'll do that.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay. We'll let that slide.
Especially somebody that's like, it's made a point that she's a new actress.
Yeah. How do you were talking about Patrick Dempsey before. Do you find it almost comical how hard they were trying to make Emily Mortimer look guilty?
Yeah.
Like, she's another one where it's like, okay, we get who the red herring is, calm down.
Mhm.
But then once again, though, because of Billy, we're always questioning, is it the obvious one or not? So maybe they got something there. I think I've got one more thing on 3. If you have anything else.
Mhm.
Okay. There is a scene in Scream 3 that is very unique to me personally. And I can't watch it. And the reason I can't watch it has nothing to do with gore. The reason I can't watch it is because it scares the ever-living fuck out of me. And every time I watch it, it takes me a long time to shake it off.
Which is?
The thing I mentioned when we were talking about Casey's house, my problem with the windows.
Mm-hmm.
If I had to really look back on it, I could probably say one of the things that really set off my big problem with windows is this fucking scene of Sydney's nightmare.
Yeah.
about her mom.
Yeah.
That scene scares the fuck out of me.
Especially like I just think the image of a woman creeping through a foggy field in a nightgown is creepy.
and just coming through the fence.
Mm-hmm.
Something as simple as that. And then just being and to think that it's somebody that was in Sydney's life the way that she was.
Mm-hmm.
And now she's this terrifying figure. Really says
Mm-hmm.
interesting things about Sydney's psyche after all this.
Yeah.
And obviously it's a lot of foreshadowing because of Maureen's place in the story, but that's God, I can't even watch that
I
scene.
think
I have
I
to
think what also makes it creepy is Susan listens to a lot of true crime stuff, and they'll talk about like there was this one she was listening to, and it was about this girl that disappeared, and this farmer like saw her out in back of his field, and she was like roaming around like she was high on something, and he yelled out to her and asked her if she was okay, and she said yeah she was fine, she was just walking, and he went to call the police, and he went back and she was gone. Like the creepy person being there and then being gone to me is fucking creepy.
yeah, like the jump scare of Maureen being gone and then Ghostface popping up
Mm-hmm.
is far and away the least scary thing. Ghostface's involvement in this scene is the least scary thing about it.
I think what else makes it creepy is we see her wake up from the nightmare, and when she looks at the window, Maureen's still there.
Oh God, I can't have this conversation.
I know, like the hairs are standing up on the back of my neck.
And honestly,
Let's move to something a lot less scary. Let's move to Scream 4.
one more thing to add on to that, it's also pretty creepy when Roman uses her voice on the phone.
Yeah.
That's fucking creepy too. Not the nightmare creepy, but it makes its case. Roman knew what he was doing for the scares. All right, let's try it. She's just talking about. I feel like I have to shake it off.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't watched that scene in a long time. I always either skip it or look away from it.
Mm.
But it's oh my God. Okay, let's go to 4. 4 was the first one I saw right on release.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess I should have mentioned this. I knew that Roman was the killer in 3 before I saw 3 because I caught Dad watching it on a movie channel.
Mm-hmm.
I just walked in and it was like the last 10 minutes and I saw it. So I knew the ending of Scream 3 before I saw Scream 3. So, and knowing Scary Movie going into the first Scream and hearing about Mrs. Loomis on a fucking message board before I went into 2, 4 was the first one I really went into completely and totally fresh and literally saw it the day it opened. So, and you went into Scream 4 fresh as well because the first time you saw it was the second time I saw it.
Mm-hmm.
Because I came down to where you were living at the time and we went to it.
Mm-hmm.
So what are your overall thoughts on 4?
Oh, 4. It has its moments. I think there's a lot. It's definitely, I think, the flimsiest of the 5 as far as why the killers are who they are.
I could see that. For 2011, it felt pretty appropriate, but it's getting a little dated.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, in a way.
Now, I will say the same thing that I said about Scott Foley in Scream 3. I do love how far Emma Roberts takes it in climax. Like the scene where she liars herself.
I was gonna say I remember not being sure if I liked the idea of Jill being the killer. And I wasn't sure if I was completely convinced by Emma Roberts' crazy performance. But when she starts to make the crime scene of herself, it was like it felt like we were reaching the crazy we once had with Billy and Stu stabbing each other. Where it was like, holy fuck, this is nuts. It brought that feeling
Especially
back.
when she takes off running full speed at the mirror or
Yeah.
the picture or whatever it is. Like,
And then the grand finale of the glass table.
mhm.
It's a fucking wild scene, and I applaud it for sure.
Yes. And I love that we actually get a scene of the killer getting to set up the crime scene they wanted.
Yeah, I was gonna say she actually tried to take care of Sydney first, unlike billions do.
Hmm. I mean, we are led to believe that she succeeds for at least a few minutes.
She was pretty far and away the closest to success, wasn't she?
Yeah, I would say so.
And the whole idea of setting it up as the ending of the first movie, it's just a matter of like Charlie not knowing which character he was.
Hmm.
He thought he was Randy, but he was Stu.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Hmm.
um I and the whole thing about it being like the setup, and I love how we can always see what's coming as far as what they're gonna be doing, where it's like with one it was horror movies in general, with two it was sequels, with three it was trilogies. I remember by the time this one came around, everybody was like, yeah, they're gonna do remakes.
Hmm.
And then of course with five we get to the requels.
Hmm.
It's like how there's always, it's like at least for every decade we're gonna have something else we can touch on.
Did you know that in 5 there is a little Easter egg hidden that shows that Kirby survived?
I didn't see it, but I heard about it after the fact.
Yeah, because I read the trivia for 5 that David Arquette wanted Hayden Panettiere to come back, and I was like, how the fuck's that gonna work? And then I heard about that scene, and I was like, oh, that's how that could work.
Yeah, and I haven't listened to it myself, but I had heard that on the commentary for Scream 4, Craven says that it was meant to be known that Kirby was still alive.
Mm.
Because it is weird how we see her on the ground bleeding, still alive, but then we just never see her again.
Yeah.
And she's the best character in this one, so that's kind of a shame that we've only seen her in like a thumbnail.
She is the most fun part of the movie.
I think this might sound overkill. I think she's practically award worthy.
Hmm.
Especially like, I mean she's like solid throughout the movie, but when she gets to those last moments, she really takes this character that could have basically been, I love the twist that she's basically her own like hot version of Randy.
Mm-hmm.
She's just kind of like, she's not as public about it as Charlie is.
Mm-hmm.
Like she's also the one that has like the horror DVD collection and knows the trivia and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And how that's almost like, it almost feels like a twist in itself.
Yeah.
I mean, they are hanging out like watching Shaun of the Dead and stuff like that, but like the fact that she's almost to the extent of like where she's almost like a Randy in herself.
Mm-hmm.
I just really, really love that character. And I love that she's so like universally loved as a character as well.
Mm-hmm.
Also, to kind of just break away from the performance just for a second, I have to say, short hair on women isn't typically my thing. Hayden Panettiere pulls it off. I wouldn't have.
See, I'm the opposite. I hate the hair.
I think it's. I mean, like her Nashville look is probably her hottest. I think Kirby looks really good.
Mm-hmm.
Like I feel like when the movie came out, I crushed on that character hard.
Could part of it do with the fact of Kirby's confidence throughout the movie?
It could, but there's something about her. She won a lot of hearts, and it's easy to see why. But before we get too distracted by Hayden Panettiere's amazingness, I was gonna say something right after you were talking about your overall thoughts. I've been learning something very interesting about this movie the more I look into it, and maybe it's just the places I'm looking. Maybe this isn't universal, but the places I've seen and the discussions I've seen, apparently a very popular take, like a very increasingly popular opinion, is that this one is the second best after 1.
Hmm.
The fans of the series really love this one, and I find that interesting because
Mm-hmm.
I like I'm with you. I like it quite a bit as well.
Mm-hmm.
I would, including 5, I would probably rank it 4th,
Mm-hmm.
which isn't bad because 1, 2, and 5 are really fucking good. Obviously, 1 is 1. 1 is the
Mm-hmm.
1's the pedestal, but 2 and
Mm-hmm.
5 are really fucking good.
Mm-hmm.
um,
Did you expect to say that about 5?
I wasn't sure. It's probably better to go into that when we go into 5 because I do have. I'll go into what my expectations for 5 were.
Okay. We both have something to dive into for 5 because I still need to talk about Gale in 5.
I love how like half this video has been us saying, "Man, I can't wait to talk about 5." Which is why it also makes sense it's going to be its own video. So
Admit it, this makes you really glad that I went and watched 5 despite the weather.
yeah, I was kind of afraid the weather would hold you back since we're getting pummeled with snow right now. Not as much as some other people, but
we went early. When we left, when we got to the theater, there was no snow. When we came out, all the roads were covered in ice.
So I guess something to bring up here that's very interesting is the progression of David Arquette and Courtney Cox.
Mm-hmm.
It is obviously, in a sense, Dewey and Gale, but specifically David Arquette and Courtney Cox, where they met on the first movie. I think I heard they didn't really get along. Then it's the second movie where they fell in love. By the third movie, they were married, and she was going by Arquette. And now in this one, Dewey and Gale are long into their marriage, and Arquette and Cox were at the start of a separation.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very interesting to see Dewey and Gale's dynamic with that in mind.
Mm-hmm.
Because it still feels like there's this sort of, it's almost like a reveal when Dewey gets out of bed that first time and Axel Foley's theme is his ringtone. And when he gets out of bed, it's almost like a reveal that Gale's next to him and they're still together.
Mm-hmm.
And how
because you think that the 4 is going to go the route that they actually take Dewey in 5.
Yeah. And then so that whole character dynamic throughout, where it's like it feels like they're kind of, bickering still, but it's like this very, very lived in bickering where it's not just the characters are lived in and this was always their, case, but it's like the fact that now they're deep into a marriage and we feel that also.
Which is ironic because I feel like in this movie, they share less screen time than they do in the others, except for 5.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of their screen time together on this one is on the phone with each other.
Yeah, or
Actually,
arguing about something.
Yeah. The moment they're at their happiest, I think, is when Gail's at the hospital at the end, right before they figure out it's Jill. That was like their brief moment of happiness together in this movie.
Mm-hmm.
But man, I gotta really shout out David Arquette, especially in this movie, because when I think about David Arquette as an actor, not just as Dewey, but as an actor in general, when I think about some of his great moments as an actor, because obviously he's known for a lot of silly comedies and very over the top characters and comedies and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
There's a scene in this movie that has just always stuck with me, and it always puts something in my head about how capable of an actor David Arquette is,
Mm-hmm.
outside of these roles where he's really over the top or comedic or something. It's just that scene where he's on the couch with Sydney.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like they're kind of talking about it, and he's just like kind of comforting her a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And they're just kind of talking, and there's just something so real about that scene. And I just, for some reason, that scene's just always stuck in my head, and I love it. And it's really doesn't have a whole lot to do with anything.
I think he's really good in 5 too.
Oh yeah, he's got a lot more to chew on in 5.
Mm-hmm.
But here, as far as how do you feel about the scares in 4?
I don't remember there being that many that were like jump out of your seat scary.
Yeah, because I remember. Well, first off, they immediately catch us off guard. It's kind of weird. The very first thing we didn't mention about 4 was the opening, where we talked about before about how 4 is the one that really took off with the Stab being an in-universe franchise. And how when we went into 4 before we saw the opening, we didn't know how far the Stab franchise had gone at this point. The Stab franchise had surpassed the Scream franchise in movies by the time 4 got around. And you've got great surprise moments like the reveal that the opening is a fake out, and then the Kristen Bell Anna Paquin thing. How you're not sure how many layers there are to this. And I love that we learn later when Kirby's watching what is it, Stab 7, how the fake outs that we were getting were actually fake outs in the movie. I'm not sure how that works, but like, was there even a Stab 6, or did they go from like 5 to 7 for that fake out? But that's like how the original idea for Hot Tub Time Machine 2 was to just call it the Hot Tub Time Machine 3. Just inexplicably.
Taking a page out of the Naked Gun book, I see.
Yeah. And we do get an effective enough opening. Lucy Hale is in there. Do you know what's interesting, and I believe totally coincidental about Lucy Hale? She had a highly publicized brief romance with somebody in real life. Do you know who Lucy Hale dated briefly in real life? Skeet Ulrich.
That's what I thought you were going to say.
They're like, not that I'm judging, but I think they're like 20 years apart, and that's why it was so highly publicized. But it's like, I wonder if that just, I mean, it's got to be coincidence, because that was long after this came out. But yeah, so talking about catching the audience by surprise, I actually mentioned this exact jump scare in another video we did. It might have been our Amityville remake video, where I was talking about how some jump scares can be effective. And the one, like, as far as like being in a crowd and like waiting for reactions from people, where like if you're just watching a movie alone, jump scares are like pointless. But there's the one scene at the beginning where Kirby is driving them somewhere to school, probably, and they almost get hit by another car, and it's just a pointless jump scare. But I remember the second time I saw Scream 4, when I came down there to you and we saw it, and I was really excited to hear the reactions in the theater to that jump scare. Because like that's just like the theater experience and the group experience with those. And it can make those seem a little less pointless, even though they still are. And that one comes to mind for that. What do you think about do you think Ghostface is funnier in this one?
Yeah.
It's been a running joke for a while now that Ghostface is a fucking klutz. Like that's been every movie. But I feel like we were reaching other levels here when we have the line that I love. Is it Allison Brie they're talking to when they say, if you want to be in the hospital, we'd be happy to put you there in the morgue.
I feel like that was definitely Rory Culkin.
After one too many stab-a-thons.
Yeah.
And I also love, we always have the moment where everybody thinks it's the character that it's not. Everybody in the first movie thinks it's Randy. Every time the killer calls, it's like, fuck off, Randy. And it's like, okay, this isn't funny, Randy. Hey, stop it, Randy. I love that in this one, they keep thinking it's Trevor. And it finally Ghostface just says, this isn't fucking Trevor. It's like Ghostface wants to like the Ghostface before seemed to take pride in the fact where he was like, I'm not Randy. Ah. And then it's like now it's just like, do not call me another person's name. How dare you?
That's like in the fifth one when they say this isn't Amber. It's not with like an exclamation point or all caps. It's just a sentence with a period.
Yeah. By the way, total and complete clue to Jill. Jill's doing this for attention. It probably genuinely pisses her off. They think it's Trevor.
Yeah.
I can't remember the context of if we're sure which one of them it would have been in that scene, but that would have definitely been a Jill reaction.
I think this is the one where like they run it down. Like Rory Culkin talks about the people he killed.
Yeah, I do remember something like that where he talks about like he talks about that he was the one that killed Robbie. Where it's like that's another case where it really could have been either one of them, because after he gets cock blocked with Kirby, he just takes off and we don't see him again until he's faking us out. And then it's like in a
callback to Steve of all things.
Yeah. And also the Randy scenario where Randy was trying to get in the house at the end of one. But then what's really interesting about that is like when we see they do this in 5 too, there's always the person that runs in with blood on their hands that's innocent. And if I remember correctly, they are always innocent except for Charlie. Like that was like he had literally just come from killing Robbie, and that's why the blood was on his hands. Whereas they're doing like oh no, you don't understand. I found Robbie. That's all this is. And it's like he's the only one that was actually lying, because everybody that has to do that is a terrible liar. And that's because they're all telling the truth except for him. Con sounds so fucking guilty when he says in 2, oh, I found Dewey. Like I would have never guessed he was telling the truth. Okay, there was something that was kind of bothering me about 4, and I don't know if it's the kind of thing you know. Actually, we've talked about this before. We talked about it with the American Pie series. Do you remember when we were talking about the American Pie series and we talked about how when we got to Wedding, it seemed like the aesthetic changed in this really weird way where everything suddenly looked darker and murky?
Yeah.
Do you think 4 has a different look from the other movies as far as looking almost... It's weirdly bright in cases, but it also looks like weirdly murky in the night scenes in a way that the others didn't. Is it a film versus digital thing, maybe?
I think it might be, because you're looking at an 11-year gap there.
Yeah.
Whereas American Wedding to American Pie 2 was only a 2-year gap.
Yeah. And
plus, I think you're also looking at different directors versus Wes Craven did 4 too.
Yeah, but the scares, I suppose, feel like him. But do you feel like a lot of 4, like once again, aesthetically, it almost doesn't feel like a Craven movie? Like the 5, the one that's not him, feels more like a Craven movie than 4 does. But it's especially a scene that stands out is maybe I'm getting too into the technical stuff, but it's like the scene where Gail's trying to start writing. And the way the scene looks so generically bright, looks like the start of a romantic comedy on Netflix or something. It's just aesthetically, it stands out to me in this weird way and doesn't feel in line with everything else.
How many times have you pulled a Gale where you sat down in front of the computer and just wrote, I don't know what to fucking write?
Every single day. Not kidding.
So you sympathize with Gale.
Oh yeah, that white page is the fucking worst. That's why I do freehand first, so I don't have to stare at the white computer screen for a long period of time, because that's just so intimidating. It's like I could just transfer it from one to the other. But yeah, so that's something I can come up with, is it might just be film versus digital or something. What are the things you don't care for in Scream 4?
The motive,
Is it? There's a couple of things. Is it the wanting attention thing? Because I can actually we're talking about it being dated, but I can actually, the whole thing of wanting fame and fans and stuff like that. Really, you could change the word fans to followers, and it would still be very relevant.
I also believe that the motive for Scream 4 is more relevant now than it would have been in 2011 because of TikTok, Instagram, and all that.
Yeah, but it's I think the thing that I feel like isn't as, I don't know what I'm looking for here. It's the idea of her idea of you just have to have fucked up shit happen to you for fame. When you think it'd be closer to what Mickey was talking about with doing fucked up shit is what gets you fame. But then yeah, I guess there's the whole thing where she wants to be Sydney, and that's the whole having fucked up shit happen to you thing. But it's like, I guess the way she presented it as this really common thing, when it feels like much more of an in-universe thing than, like, not saying like it's only in universe, but it feels more in universe than it would be in like a real life scenario, where it'd be more, where Mickey was more kind of on point with how it would really go. Which is funny because Mickey got immediately shut down.
That's like, I feel like 3 is a little more flimsy than 4, just a little bit. But the way that Roman tells the story and what it did to him is more believable than just Jill being like, I want to be famous like you, or I want to become you, or something like that.
Yeah, like
I feel the other part is a lot more, like Roman's part, he sells it a lot better.
Yeah, because with Jill's case, are we just under the assumption she'd have to be born crazy? Because the other motives, we get the sense that they were like kind of, well, I guess Mickey was that way too. I don't know. I guess there's more of a balance here than I'm giving credit for, but it does feel like it's not as strong. Certainly not as strong as what's going on in 5, which we'll get there. I mentioned Bruce Willis before and how there was a problem that I had with 4. There's a scene in this movie that is so aggravating. What's Bruce Willis related in Scream 4? Anthony Anderson's death scene. They had something incredible, and they completely threw it in the trash. And I refuse to believe Kevin Williamson wrote it. That is a great moment to make the audience say, holy fuck. When Adam Brody's on the outside of the car, Anthony Anderson's on the inside. Anthony Anderson's just given us a fake out. And just as they're calming down, Ghostface sneaks up behind Adam Brody, sticks it in his back, throws him to the side, and just jams it into Anthony Anderson's forehead. If it had cut right there, that would be a holy fuck death scene, because we'd never seen a stabbing like that in these movies. That up front and that confronting and like that, holy shit, that's brutal. It's still pretty brutal that he pulls it out and we see the blood and all that, but the getting up, walking around in the Bruce Willis line, so just cut as soon as the knife goes in, and that's a holy fuck moment. What the fuck is the Bruce Willis bullshit? I cannot express how much I fucking hate that. I remember it being a killer line with audiences in the theater. I do. But it's fucking dumb. That's Scream 3 shit. That's what that is. That's Aaron Kruger shit. That's whoever smells the gas shit. That's But as I've been alluding to, there's something else in this movie I don't care for. Don't really care for our new deputy, mind you. How do you feel about Judy in 4 specifically?
I don't know. I feel like all the Dewey stuff is unnecessary.
Yeah, the lemon squares.
Mm-hmm.
That's the innuendos.
Although I do love the lemon square callback in 5.
Yeah. But I hate this. There's actually, and nothing is Marley Shelton's fault, by the way. But there's 2 scenes. The lemon squares are dumb in the long run, but there's 2 scenes that just make me wish this character didn't exist. There's the first scene where she's a red herring for no fucking reason. Where Sydney comes out of, I think it's Jill's bedroom, and for some reason, and I don't think she ever acts like this again, Judy's lurking in the shadows. And it's like, hello, Sydney. Remember when we went to school together and we did Peter Pan together? I cherish that memory. And she's acting so fucking psychotic. And like I said, I don't think she ever acts that way again, does she? What is that scene? It's red herring bullshit, but why? It's so... So I hate that scene. But it gets worse. Once again, I think the audiences were into this moment in the theater. But once again, this series is fucking weird fetish of bulletproof vests. This.
I don't think we got any in 5.
There's one very, very quickly that we'll talk about because it's in a very crucial scene. The scene where she gets shot, and clearly,
no, I remember the one in 5.
It's really quick.
Yeah.
So during the climax, Jill shoots Judy. Judy has a very I'm not dead fall. And then, of course, Judy comes back and helps save the day. Does that completely unnecessary 1/1,000,000th movie reveal of a bulletproof vest. And if the reveal of the bulletproof vest wasn't stupid enough, she says the line, "Wear the vest, save your chest." Also, extremely stupid and unnecessary. It's basically just another way of announcing to the audience, I was wearing a bulletproof vest the whole time, that's why I'm alive. Once again, we're on our own with why Roman faked his death, but God forbid we don't pick up on bulletproof vests and how they work.
What do you, in that scene, speaking of that scene, what do you think of Jill's death?
Oh, I got something to say about that too. But the last thing I want to say about Judy, as if the reveal wasn't stupid enough, as if wear the vest, save your chest wasn't stupid enough, she does a comedy feint. This is the end of the movie. Jill hitting the ground, motionless, is the tension relief. Yeah, we don't have Randy here to say stuff like, I never thought I'd be so happy to be a virgin, stuff like that. Stuff that does break that tension in a Randy way. Randy wouldn't be caught dead doing a comedy feint, and he was the comedy relief.
So you're saying Randy's too dignified for that?
Yep, and I'm saying take Judy out of this movie. We're missing nothing. Not anything at all. We'll get 5. We'll deal with when we get to it, but Scream 4 as a standalone, take Judy out. Nothing's missing. If anything, it's better because we don't have comedy feints. We don't have wear the vest, save your chest. You don't have stupid reveals, and we don't have lurking in the shadows for no fucking reason at all. Talking about Peter Pan and shit.
And the lemon squares.
Yes. Innuendos with lemon squares, all that. Okay, yes. So I did want to bring up Jill's death.
Mm-hmm.
How incredibly unsatisfying is it, and mythology breaking is it, that she didn't get a headshot?
Yeah.
It was so fucking easy. It would have been so easy to give her a headshot. Why? And that's, and 5 picks that up. Like, we never left the headshot thing.
Mm-hmm. I like the way 5 does it too.
Yeah. In multiple ways.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so they do the, I don't like the clear thing either. I'm conflicted here because I honestly, the defibrillators to the head is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
The clear thing is not. There was way too much people saying clear to build that up.
I thought you were going to say that the defibrillators was great. It was just in the wrong movie.
That could be, but it's like the buildup almost makes it stupid when it's actually amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's the whole, they really, really want to drive it home. They really want it to be this badass. Like, in what other realm is Gale saying clear a badass moment? And then the fact that they ran it home by having Jill and Sydney say, they all everybody in that fucking room says clear before they get to the moment. It's like, how amazing would it have been if Jill was just talking to Gale, and then with no particular one-liners or anything, Sydney just fucking popped up and zapped her in the fucking head. And the way she just ragdolls to the ground. It's an amazing moment if you take clear out of it.
I think I'd rather replace clear with the Captain Amazing. Oh dang.
We're just dropping Mystery Men references into all this. But yeah, okay, so anyway, Jill drops to the ground. Honestly, that would have been a decent death. But it's like, no, we need one more. They always come back. That's the thing about the series. They always come back. They always come back. They always come back. They need a headshot. So Jill grabs like a piece of glass, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Sits up, is looming over, and Sydney turns around and does one more shot.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been so easy to make that bullet go through her fucking head.
Mm-hmm.
Why does Jill not get a headshot? I don't understand. I've never understood it, and it drives me up the fucking wall. I know it seems like a small detail, but I mean, that is a core thing in this series.
Mm-hmm.
What is that? Why the chest? That chest shot is the most underwhelming shot of the chest I think anybody in any movie has ever taken. That includes everybody takes one with their fucking bulletproof vests on. I was still waiting. Like, that's the thing too. That's always like, yeah, we see some blood come out, to show, oh, Joel's dead. But I mean, like, any shot of the chest in a movie, especially in this series, can end with, hey, guess what? Guess what I was wearing this whole time? That's why the headshots are there. You have Jill not get a headshot in the same scene as where the vest saved your chest. And what do? You give the villain a shot to the chest. What the fuck? I'm so angry that Jill was not. I'm sorry how this might sound, Emma Roberts. It's not you, but it's like, I am so infuriated. I didn't get to see you take a headshot.
Well, at least 5 makes up for it by giving you 2.
Yeah. I'd like to think that's why that happened that way. It's like, so sorry about that 4 thing. But yeah. Completely off here. Oh no, I guess we can start with something else. Since we just talked about the ending. By the way, I also love the whole thing about remaking the original movie.
Mm-hmm.
Even though Trevor's supposed to be like Billy in the scenario. The fact that Trevor is pulled out of a closet wrapped in duct tape. The fact that
which
he's
happens a
wearing,
lot in this series.
yeah, but did you notice that Trevor's wearing the same thing that Neil Prescott was, like the same clothes,
Mm-mm.
like the green shirt and the denim?
Hmm.
I do wonder how Jill planned on explaining Trevor's shot of the dick.
Yeah.
But that was a little sloppy, but apparently not as sloppy as matching wounds. But it's
Mhm.
but yeah, so we're talking about Gail getting
I
her
do,
wound.
I do love when that's revealed, and Dewey's response is essentially, "Oh shit."
Yeah, yeah, he's just like, it goes from, oh, Jill's part of Sydney's family. Jill's just an innocent high school girl. And then it goes to like, oh, Jill, this, victim, this sole surviving victim, what a terrible thing she's been through. And your mind just has to switch immediately to, she must die. Let's go. And they don't like it's such a quick reveal too. It's like he doesn't even really try to register like there's gotta be another explanation. It's just immediately, oh shit, she's the killer.
He's been through it so much.
Yeah.
Like,
Mm.
and I love how I love this kind of goes into 5, but I love how, like, if you watch like 2 and 3, he's the one, like, especially the scene he has with Randy in 2, he takes the rules seriously. So I love in 5 that he's the one that reveals what they are.
Yeah. And I
They
also
just like, we'll get into this with 5, but it's so conflicting in 5 what they do with Dewey, because they do some great things with him and then they just gut punch you, but we'll get there.
Another thing that I love that 4 did
Mm-hmm.
was the idea of the false finish.
Mm-hmm.
That whole thing, but we were talking about where the party scene in the first movie is the entire second half of the movie, really.
Mm-hmm.
And we're pretty much at the halfway point when we get to Stabathon, and it's like Stabathon sounds like pretty much the perfect location for a climax.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's
Just like the barn did in 4.
that's
Or I mean the
let's say that's what we're talking about. That's where Stabathon was, the barn in 4.
yeah, what was I thinking?
did you think we were on a different movie for a second?
I wasn't sure. Yeah.
It's like 20 till 2 in the morning, and we haven't even gotten to 5 yet. So,
Yeah.
but I do love the idea. I love about a couple of things. I love this is the first time it's revealed to us that Robert Rodriguez did Stab. That's
Yeah.
that's an interesting note. And then I absolutely love. I don't even. It's so simple, but I don't know. I don't know what it is. I just love that shot of Gail putting on the mask and trying to blend into the party and trying to be cool.
It's the Steve Buscemi meme.
Yeah. That's the idea. I mean, it sounds stupid on paper, but you can tell it's supposed to be a funny moment, and it's funny as fuck. Just Gail already out of place wearing the mask and then trying to do the cool dance.
She even does thumbs ups.
Yeah. And then the misusing of meta, just really trying.
And the fact that Dewey doesn't even know what meta is.
Yeah, I remember that shot of Gail pulling off the mask was in the trailer, and people.
Yeah, because they play up in the trailer hard that Gail's gonna die.
Yeah, they like really. I remember people analyzed that shot in the trailer, like when 4 was coming out.
Mm-hmm.
It was, well, first off, it was like everybody was like, "Oh my god, Gail's a killer," but then it's like, I know trailers show a lot, but would they really show that if that was the case? But yeah, is there? I do think it's interesting that were you genuinely surprised it was Jill? You can pick Charlie all day.
Yeah, and but I think it's for the wrong reason. I think it's because she was too well hidden, I guess.
what I was thinking was the fact that for being Emma Roberts and for being played up like she's the new Sydney,
Mm-hmm.
there are long stretches of this movie Emma Roberts is not in.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you're talking about?
That and just kind of like I don't really know how to explain it. I was surprised it was her because it didn't make sense at first.
Yeah, whereas it was almost like it was strictly for the surprise element of making it the seemingly main
Yeah.
character.
Yes.
Where it was like where everybody goes into a new Scream movie thinking, wouldn't it be fucking crazy if Sydney was the killer now? It's like
Yeah.
that's basically what they tried to do, making it Jill, was to give
And
it.
and
Give
when
it
we get to
fun.
5, I'll get there with a different character.
So is that? I guess one more thing to bring up is Sydney kind of getting more and more into that badass territory where she's like one of the ultimate horror movie heroes, really.
And as it goes on, her screen time drops and drops.
Yeah, where like she gets her she's an ultimate badass by the end of 1.
Yeah.
And then 2, she gets stuff like, there's something you're forgetting about Billy Loomis. I fucking killed him and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
I also think her distraction is very clever with Mrs. Loomis when she's like, "Isn't Mickey supposed to be dead?"
Yeah.
Like that's really clever.
Oh, that's something I didn't bring up. I love the fucking fake out of them looking at Mrs. Loomis like they always come back, and then fucking Mickey comes back.
Yeah.
That's amazing. But here, oh shit, what was I getting ready to say? Oh yeah, and this idea of Sydney becoming progressively more and more badass as we go. And she gets, she tries with, it's your turn to scream, asshole, in 3 and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I also love how she's getting tired of it.
Mm-hmm.
Like when she gets to the police station in 3 and she's like, oh, the killer called me. Just usual stuff, how you doing, how you want to die. And then I love that she's so tired of it by 4 that we get that moment when it's right after Olivia's death,
Mm-hmm.
which is a great sort of fake out. I never said I was in your closet.
Mm-hmm.
And we see her fucking intestine hanging out.
Mm-hmm.
And then I love that they get the phone rings again. And after Olivia's horrific death of this poor girl, Sydney is so sick of it. Sydney answers the phone and just says, "What?" And we get more of a continuation of that in 5 also.
Yeah.
Sydney's so fucking dumb with phones at this point. All right. Is that? I love that we're totally not talking about the scenes in chronological order.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We've been building to it and building to it. Is it time for 5?
It better be. It's almost 2 a.m. and I have to work tomorrow.
All right. This is probably where I'm going to start the individual video as well. Where obviously what you're seeing here and from here is also in the other video where we're talking about the whole franchise. But this is us talking about 5, and just right off, it's going to be in the title and all that stuff, probably the thumbnail also, but just spoilers galore through this whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Just to be perfectly clear, like there's so many of these movies now where it's like you can't even really talk about them at all spoiler free. You just kind of have to do it, otherwise you're going to be not really saying anything at all, trying to
especially for one like 5 that ties in so much to the others.
Yeah, so right here and now we're letting you know pretty much every single thing we're about to say is spoiler territory, so there that is. So we are both, unlike these, well, as far as like the releases, obviously we're very, very fresh off of 5. You just saw it, what, a few hours ago?
Mm-hmm.
And I saw it the other day. Yeah. What is it? Today is Monday, right? We're going into Monday. It's very late.
Yeah.
Okay, so talking about Scream, titled Scream. not Scream 5 or 5 Cream like some people wanted. Because we're hitting a new territory where we talked about we're hitting up a new set of horror with every new Scream, where it was horror movies, then it was sequels, then it was trilogies, then it was remakes. Now we're in this territory where these movies that look like remakes that are actually sequels are coming out, where they just have, instead of a number, they just have the same title, like Halloween and Candyman and stuff like that, which was inevitable, and not calling sequels completely. And
who started that trend?
My mind's going back only as far as David Gordon Green's Halloween, but I know it has to go farther back than that.
Would you count Rambo in that? It's not horror, but
yeah, since it started with First Blood, and then it's technically Rambo First Blood Part 2, I would say probably not, but it's a close thing. But yeah, the whole idea, all the stuff they bring up in the movie about, it's about like bringing legacy characters back, but also setting it up like it's a new thing, and the stories being relatively close, but they're also follow-ups, where it's like they look a lot like remakes, but they aren't. So what's interesting about this one is how did you feel the marketing did? Because obviously I avoid as much as I can, like trailers and TV spots and stuff like that, but I'll see like posters or stills or something. But did you see any trailers before you saw the movie?
No, actually I didn't.
Huh. And I thought it was interesting that the marketing's been going on like the retro posters and stuff like that. But then there's the main theatrical poster where it's like pretty much every character that's in the movie. And the tagline is "The killer is on this poster," which I found really interesting, because you can already see the self-referencing here, because what's interesting about that I never put together until I was thinking about it was the reason that's so significant is 4 movies in, technically, prior to this one, Skeet Ulrich and Emma Roberts are the only killers that are pictured on their posters. Timothy Oliphant, Laurie Metcalf, Scott Foley, and Rory Culkin are not on their posters at all.
Matthew Lillard's not either.
What's that?
Matthew Lillard isn't either.
Nope. So it's very interesting they just laid that out. And a lot of people were trying to be clever and say like, because it's the poster is the ghost face mask really big, and then all the faces. Everybody was like, oh, that could be clever. That could be, it's nobody that's pictured here, but because the ghost face mask is on the poster, they can still say the killer is on this poster. But it turns out the killer was on the poster. Oh yeah, we're in spoiler territory. Both of them, I believe, are on the poster. I think Mikey Madison's a lot smaller, but I think she's there. I hesitated going into this because I have a very controversial opinion. For starters, I think everybody was a little nervous because we don't have Wes Craven anymore. And it was gonna be a bittersweet endeavor regardless, but then like it made news first that David Arquette had signed on, and then I think Neve Campbell. And then there was question of Courtney Coxwood, and then she did, and everybody was like, okay, so it's gonna be a real Scream movie, even if we don't have Wes Craven.
It was kind of like whenever it came out that Aykroyd, Murray, and Ernie Hudson had signed on for Ghostbusters Afterlife.
Another movie where I have a rather controversial opinion, the new Ghostbusters. But the directors were the guys that did Ready or Not. Did you ever end up seeing Ready or Not? Okay. People love Ready or Not. It's considered like one of the great movies of the last few years within the genre. People really, really love it. And it's got this very self-referential vibe about it, in the sense that you could tell that these guys were pretty much made for a Scream movie. Big a fan as I am of the Scream movies and their referential stuff, I am one of a very small group of people that hated Ready or Not. I thought it was so fucking amateur hour black comedy. Like, you take a black comedy handbook and you open to page 1, and that's what the Ready or Not script is.
Mm.
So based on that, I was a little hesitant. And it was like, well, Ready or Not was such a self-filleting movie. What are they going to do with Scream being like the new birth of, when it first came out, the new birth of this meta horror thing. But as I alluded to prior to this in our longer video, or previously, whichever one you're watching, I was really into this one. I'm really pleased with how this Scream turned out.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel the same way?
Yeah. I think we got something a lot better than we really could have.
And they seem to deliver pretty well on their promise of what these movies typically promise, which is you're getting the same thing but not exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And if you get something that looks like it's going to be the same thing, there's probably a twist to it.
Which is funny because the very first major set piece ends differently than every other movie does. The first character attack doesn't die.
How much did that throw you off?
Yeah, that felt weird.
Because I knew to expect something. Because just the way they built it up, where it was like, we're getting something that's the same but totally different. And it's like, I feel like they're gonna, because 4 kind of already threw a wrench into what we expect from the openings, with the
Mhm.
multiple openings. So you're already, your guard's kind of up, like, okay, what's going to be the surprise element here? Because you can't just do, killing a character off anymore, because everybody expects that. And how can you really add flair to that anymore?
Mhm.
Because while the Drew Barrymore scene is legendary and still effective even now, probably just as much as it ever was, you got to see what else you can do. So you get Jenna Ortega, who is apparently very pop. I wasn't really that familiar with. I've seen her. After I looked her up, I realized, oh, I've seen the movies that she's in, but I didn't really make a note of her in my head until this. But apparently she's very popular right now. So she is kind of like they were setting up, she might be the Drew Barrymore of her time as far as this scene. And did you immediately feel kind of thrown off when we were in the middle of the scene and the cops actually started to show up?
Yeah.
And I was like, whoa, where is this going? And my first thought was, what if the opening is the killer actually gets killed by the cops in the opening scene, and then the rest of the movie is another killer starting it up again?
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, that would be wild. But then when it just kind of cut off, and it kind of leaves you out in the open of, you kind of assume that he got to her by the way it starts, because the slash into the title always means the character just died. But yeah, it's like a reveal when we learn, oh no, she's still alive. It's like, already the movie's not playing around. Okay. Especially since the scene was much more brutal. The ankle breaking is like a brutality we haven't seen from a Ghostface yet.
Yeah.
Depending on how you
this
view
Ghostface is very angry.
Yeah. And when we find out the reason, I don't want to sound like I'm dancing around spoilers, because obviously we're going to go into them, but I mean, it's just like, I want to discuss that when we get to it. I kind of want to stay a bit more in order with the movie than we have been with the other 4.
I think also too, what also throws it off kilter is the first character that's attacked becomes a mainstay through the movie.
Yeah. You know what it reminded me of? I kind of thought she was going to die maybe midway through, and it would have been like, of all things, but never rule out what these movies will reference. So I was thinking about the main guy in Freddy's Dead, the 6th Nightmare on Elm Street movie, where that guy is like our main character, and then he dies like really early, and then like Lisa Zane becomes the main character. And I kind of thought we were going to get that kind of scenario where she would have been the main character for a while and then died somewhere in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
And she survived. Not only does she survive the whole movie, a surprising amount of people survive the whole movie.
Mm-hmm.
That was, and for a Ghostface that's so brutal now, that was weirdly refreshing. Where it's like we have the kills are much more brutal than they usually are, but yet we have more survivors. Kind of balances that out to where it doesn't feel like the brutality is overkill, literally.
And until we get there, we'll just use pronouns. A couple of the people that were used to surviving don't.
Yeah. And speaking of people who are no longer with us, would you say it was a good call to name a character Wes?
Yeah.
How there was a lot of, there are so many ways they talk to this character that's basically them talking to Wes Craven.
I also love the subtle set design that, can we go into a spoiler where the climax takes place?
Yeah.
Because we're gonna get there anyway. I love the fact that the words "for Wes" are up in the middle of the Mocker house.
Yeah.
Climax. What did you think of going back to the Mocker house for the climax? How did you feel about that reveal?
You sound like you got really lucky. Did you know the Mocker House was in the movie before you saw it?
No.
Oh man, I got questions for you. Because like I said,
for you.
Like I said, I avoid all trailers and TV spots.
Mm-hmm.
But the marketing was going in hard on the fact that we were going back to Stu's house. Mm-hmm. There were stills, like one of the very first stills that came out when the movie was still being shot was Stu's house, and it was like, we're going back to Stu's house. Mm-hmm. There's Dylan Minnette, who played Wes, did a whole video for MTV where he took us through Stu's house like an episode of Cribs. Oh. They went hard on the Mocker House being used, and all I could think was the way they show it off. It's like that would have been an incredible reveal if nobody knew. So I got to ask you, how was that reveal for you?
It was pretty awesome.
You didn't see it coming at all, I imagine.
No.
And I love that they covered it up. It's stupid they used it in the marketing, because the way they covered it up in the movie would have even thrown the super fans for a loop. Because when I think it's Jack Quaid or Mason, I think it's Jack Quaid's asking for the address. Mm-hmm. And when he asks where the house is, the scene cuts. Mm-hmm. We could have had somebody say 261 Turner Lane. Mm-hmm. And a lot of the audience would not remember what address that is, but the super fans would have. But the fact that they don't even say the address means they were hiding it really well. But it was all over the fucking marketing. Oh. And it's so played up like a big reveal. And I was like, that was definitely not meant to be shown to us. We were definitely not meant to know that when we went in. Mm-hmm. And I wonder if the writers are pissed.
Yeah, and I love the fact that in the movie, Sydney's the one that reveals it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm so jealous of you.
Because do you feel like it's the first time in the movie that Sydney starts to get scared? When she like the thought of just being at the Mocker house creeps her out.
And I think it really set in for me when she goes inside and you hear the old theme playing. Mm-hmm. And it's literally like, I killed Billy right there. I lost my virginity up there. I killed Stu in there. There's a lot of Tatum was dead back out there.
Yeah, we even get a shot of her looking at the garage.
Yeah.
Well, that's our second Tatum shout out. I like that Dewey has Tatum's ashes, despite the relationship that they had.
Yeah, that's the thing I wanted to mention that's really interesting was I love that he has Tatum's ashes. And I love that Heather Monroe and her kids have devoted the living room to Randy and call it the home theater. Mm-hmm. Because those moments made me realize something I never really noticed before.
What's that?
these movies have been so good with character and making them feel like they're in a lived-in community, and these are characters that we've known for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Even if they're new characters, the new characters even usually end up blending in really well. It's interesting to me that despite the closeness of all these characters and what all is going on, none of the Scream movies have a funeral scene for any of
Yeah.
the characters, which is really interesting. I mean, it did occur to me that like with the first movie, I can kind of get it because the first movie only takes place over the span of like 2 or 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like the way the characters, like I can imagine Randy having a funeral scene and he doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like to kind of give those characters a send off, kind of like that, is kind of what felt like it. Kind of felt like it was filling in the gaps of the characters being mourned.
Yeah.
Which is something we haven't seen much of, or we have to see it in passing because the plot has to keep moving.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I really like those little odes to Tatum and Randy.
Mm-hmm.
Especially that painting of Randy is like the dorkiest possible picture of it. And the return of Heather Matarazzo was really great too for that brief moment.
Mm-hmm.
She's another one of those characters that they introduced once, and you're like, I wonder what she's up to. Another callback I really liked that I feel like it would seem forced in another
Mm-hmm.
context, but I feel like they did it just right to the point that it really enhanced the scene. With Kyle Gallner's death scene, the guy that was Stu's nephew.
Mm-hmm.
I love the way they incorporated Red Right Hand here.
Mm-hmm.
It's so fucking sinister. And I really love the way they did that. It was coming from the car, right?
Yeah.
And it's like I love it, where it was almost like it being used as like a calling card of danger.
Yeah.
Like even though that was always on the movie's soundtrack, characters never actually listened to it in movie.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't make a lot of sense. It would be great if Red Right Hand was used in the Stab movies, and that's what they were referencing.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought that was really cool anyway. So I really like that callback as well.
What do you think? Speaking of people's relationships, are you like me? Are you glad that the Billy Loomis thing was revealed early and we had that for the whole movie instead of like busting it out at the end?
I hadn't thought
You think
about it that way. I hadn't thought about that way until you just said it. But yeah, it being revealed early is definitely what saved that plot point.
Yeah.
Because having DH Skeet Ulrich here is kind of cool, but do you think the visions were a little too much?
Yeah.
It's like, and I know it's pretty much basically just, hey, Skeet Ulrich is in this, holy shit. Hey, he's wearing the bloody t-shirt again. Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
But
I mean, you can't, I won't deny it was cool to see him.
yeah. And I do think it's something that was kind of growing on me throughout, something that I thought I would have hated. For a split second, I did hate it until it set in my mind.
Mm-hmm.
Was the ending after she's unleashed what's apparently in her,
Mm-hmm.
which is a whole can of worms for that character as we go on.
Mm-hmm.
But we get that shot of Billy's reflection, and he's like doing the approving nod. Like, you did good, main character. You did good, main protagonist. And it's like, what the fuck? This is Billy. But then it sets in, and it's like, okay, this isn't actually supposed to be a representation of Billy.
Mm-hmm.
It's her conscience that just happens to be in the form of Billy in her mind, somebody she never met.
Mm-hmm.
So I can see it from that perspective, but I still think the visions in total were.
I actually saw it in two different ways than you did. Two possible different ways. One was his nod was in her internally finally accepting who she is and where she comes from. And the other is that he approves of not necessarily you did a good job as the main character, but you unleashed your savage beast side and just completely destroyed this person.
Yeah, so it's like, so from the Billy perspective, it was like
kind of like the second one's kind of like when Emperor Palpatine's happy when Luke's being brutal.
Yeah. Yeah, 'cause I was gonna say where it's like it's not I approve that you killed the bad guy, it's I approve that you killed.
Yeah, I approve that you absolutely fucked this guy up.
So that character is gonna. I mean, I know she goes up to Sydney. She's like, "Am I gonna be okay?" And it's like Sydney probably should have said, "Fuck no." But it's like we're not the same thing here. I know you think you're the new Sydney, and that's why you're asking me. But I didn't have serial killer genes, and I didn't completely obliterate a body like that. Yeah, a couple headshots here and there. That's my thing. But that was wild. I mean, I like
Especially since you never see a hero character go that far.
Yeah, I think that's what makes it work in the long run. And the idea that it's like if you're viewing it as Billy's genes living on, it's like killer killing killer, which is this really wild thing. But yeah, I don't think we needed to lean into the Billy thing as much as we did as far as like the visions. But I think that was just let's get one more legacy character in here. What once again could be the point. That's the hard thing with Scream movies is if they do something that's a bit overkill, it's like you have to second guess like, but was that what they were going for? Like, is it a point to be the cliche thing?
So I want to go into my Gale point.
Yes.
While we're here. Did you think they were going to go in a very ill-advised direction by having the killer refer to Judy as Sheriff Judy, like she did Deputy Judy in 4? Did it even dawn on you that was going on?
Say that again?
When the killer's talking to Judy in the car, he calls her Sheriff Judy. And in 4, Gale always called her Deputy Judy. So did that ever cross your mind that they might have been going in a dangerous direction at first?
I'm not sure what people were thinking, but I heard some theories that people thought Gale was going to be the killer. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Would her motive have been needing a new story?
Here's my thinking. I'm going to tell this in a way that I think you could have maybe made Gale work as the killer. Do you notice any time that she comes back in a Scream movie, she's back to that cold, hard bloodhound self until Dewey comes around, and that's when she starts to become more human. When she splits from Dewey, that's her leaving her humanity behind and desperate to get back on top sets all this up. But I think it's completely out of character that Gale would go that far. But I kind of wondered if we were going to try to tell that story. And that, like, maybe she would have killed her partner as revenge because originally in the plan, Dewey wasn't meant to die.
Yeah, because I'm assuming you're saying this from the point of view of you're not saying this would have been a good direction to go. You're just saying this could have been a direction that they had set up.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's the thing where it's like when we see like what the Roman twist was and stuff like that and where they're willing to go, I could imagine the writers going in this direction.
And I won't lie, I leaned over to Susan in the theater and I said, with this being the 5th one and them talking about going above and beyond, I was like, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a 3rd killer, and I'm going to be really pissed if it's Gale.
Yeah, I was really thinking the 3rd killer thing.
Like, were you?
Like that's the thing where it's like when it's revealed that it's Mikey Madison and Jack Quaid, it was underwhelming to me because I was anticipating a 3rd one. It was like, okay, yeah, it's her. Okay, yeah, it's him. And I kept thinking
I know your big fear was that Stu was going to be involved.
Yeah, because that's something we didn't talk about when we talked about 3, which was the idea that there was an original idea for Stu to come back and not be dead and be running things from prison. And it seems like the fact that it's set in his house seems very clear, but it's like the fact that Stu has, I don't know about everybody else, Stu has my favorite death in the series. So every time a new Scream movie comes out, I'm terrified that it's gonna they're gonna retcon that.
Mhm. I honestly also thought that Jack Quaid was going to be related to Stu somehow,
Yeah.
as like a way, like a perverted way of bringing Billy and Stu back together.
Yeah, because the idea of Kyle Gallner being like his nephew seemed like, and the fact that he's one of the early deaths seems like a really loose connection.
Yeah.
But and another thing that was coming to mind was because it was in my head when I was like anticipating a third killer.
Mm-hmm.
My guess would have been Stu, and
Mm-hmm.
the thing that would have what kept building me to that was the way that Stu kept getting dismissed.
Mm-hmm.
Because it starts with we redo the scene where Casey doesn't know Mrs. Voorhees,
Mm-hmm.
where Tara wasn't familiar with Stu, she just said Billy.
Mm-hmm.
And then later on, when they're talking about the new rules and they're talking about Billy and Stu, somebody says like, "Wait, who was Stu again?" And they had to be told. So it's like the fact
I
that
think
like
I think too, one of the news reports says Billy Loomis and his friend.
so it's like Stu's return would have been he's not getting the credit he wanted.
Yeah.
But
Which again might not have been the best path, but was plausible.
so glad they didn't.
Yeah.
It's like it's like we were talking about before. Like one of the questions I had going into this one a lot was, have we already met the killer yet?
Mm-hmm.
In 1 through 4 was a big question.
Which we should know better because in every Scream, the killers are always newcomers.
Yeah. And there's that thing also where it's like when people knew we were going to go above and beyond, there were 2 options.
Mm-hmm.
Either one of the main 3 is going to die, or one of the main 3 is the killer.
Mm-hmm.
And like apart from your Gale thing, I have no idea how the latter could happen.
Mm-hmm.
Because I wouldn't,
especially because I don't think Stu would have got out without Sydney knowing about it. Dewey would have said something.
Yeah.
The only thing that I can figure, and this is very like out there stuff. I mean, I know Scream goes out there, but the best I can figure is if they were going to set up Stu as the third killer, I think the best they could have done would have said that like the shot from the TV fried his brain, and then when we get to the end, we realize he is completely lucid. And he was faking the damage. But that's like that's like soap opera shit. Like that doesn't belong in a Scream.
That's how they brought Colin Firth back in Kingsman level.
Mm-hmm. I mean, could you have done that? Yeah. Same thing with Gale. Could you have done that? Yeah. And I hate to say it, but we're going to go into the biggest spoiler in the movie now. Killing Dewey was the best way to raise that stake.
Once again,
mm-hmm.
Watch no trailers.
Mm-hmm.
Watch no TV spots.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, I saw discussions on the trailers.
Uh-huh.
So, you said you didn't see any trailers either.
Mm-mm.
Apparently, a lot of people pieced together what happened to Dewey and when it happened.
Mm-hmm.
Because, and I find this very hard to believe because it is so fucking reckless. And I would think with how the marketing has been throughout this movie, I know that they did way too much with making the Margaret House known that it was going to be a big set piece when that should have been hidden. But apparently the shot of Dewey walking down the hallway in the hospital, emptying his gun to reload it, is a shot in the trailer. And apparently Gale being held back while she's screaming is in the trailer. And people immediately piece together, oh shit, Dewey's gone.
Yeah.
I don't know that I would have pegged it was at the halfway point.
Mm-hmm.
I would have thought it was more probably closer to the climax.
Mm-hmm. What do you think of what do you think of Dewey's death scene? I love the dignity and respect that he gets, that the killer actually tells him this is an honor.
Yeah, because if I heard correctly, also, because I also like I don't watch the trailers, but when I'm in the theater, I have no choice to hear. I look away, but I hear them. I believe that line is in the trailer, but they make it sound like it's directed at Sydney. The It's an honor line. So that was interesting. That was an interesting fake out. I do think it's interesting that Dewey dies by multiple stabbings when we've seen him take multiple stabbings many times.
But I think the kicker is the fact that the stab in the back, they slice up and essentially slice his back open.
Yeah, and the shot of him laying there with his eyes open is pretty definitive.
Yeah.
I did see one theory that we only saw one body bag come out and there was that dead security guard. But I'm pretty sure Dewey's death is definitive.
I think if you would retcon it, that would be a bad idea, because I do think Dewey's death scene meant something. Like, especially after binging all the ones before, like it wasn't like watching Iron Man die in Endgame kind of thing. But I mean, you don't very often. I would equate it to when you kind of like how we lost Han Solo in Force Awakens. Like, that's what I would compare the feeling to.
Since they hadn't talked to each other in 2 years, did you feel did you like really feel something when Gale told Amber, "You killed my best friend"?
Yeah.
Where it's like, even though they're apart, you're almost expecting "you killed my husband" would have been strong enough. But that was I had to take a second to register, who's Gale's best friend? I was, oh.
I was gonna ask you how you felt about it, because I know you like Dewey.
Well, I had gotten the bill. I was prepared for it after I heard those comments about those trailer shots, where somebody, like I said, I guess him walking down the hallway unloading his gun is in the trailer, and a lot of people were saying that looks like a Last Stand shot. And then apparently the shot of Gale being held. It's like, what other context would Gale need held back while she's screaming?
Unless they're trying to project that Sydney's dead.
Yeah. But it was, once again, much like Stu's house, I really wish I knew less than I did, and that was avoiding trailers and TV spots as hard as I could. But it's, in a way, I am kind of glad I was prepared for it. Because if it would have been blindsiding, that would have hurt. And I know you go to movies to feel as much as you can. So the idea of feeling as blindsided as possible is probably what I should strive for. We've been around these characters so much. I don't know if I wanted to feel Dewey's death head on. I kind of liked having in the back of my mind, this very well could happen. Once again, it was just the thing that still kind of blindsides you is how it's only halfway through the movie. I think you could really get the sense of the farewell shot when he says, "Wait, yeah, you got to shoot him in the head, except for Jill." And then the elevator doors are closing, and they're like, "Who cares?" And the way he says, "I do."
When he said that, were you like, he's about to go?
Yeah, because it's like, we're only halfway through. The killer's not going to die here, and there's only 2 people in this scene. So it's almost like they intentionally kind of laid the ground as if to say, this was inevitable. This is happening because it's the only thing that can happen. And so,
do you feel like of all the characters in the movie that don't get a funeral scene, do you think it would have been deserved if they gave Dewey one?
Yeah, because he would have gotten the whole police thing.
Yeah, he'd have got the bagpipes and everything.
The bagpipes and bullshit, as Billy Costin calls it. Yeah, this conversation's bumming me out a lot more than I thought it was. Because I saw it happen. I was like, yeah, that's what I mean. I didn't want it to be true, but it's true. It's like now that we're really reflecting on it, I'm so bummed out.
But then you kind of got some. Was it before that or after that Judy died?
Before they left Judy's crime scene to go to the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about Judy. Before we talk about Judy's death scene, I do want to talk about a couple of Dewey moments that I like. Let's remember Dewey as he was in these final moments before we move on.
Well, like I said before, I like that he's the one that explains the rules because he's the one that always took Randy's rules seriously.
Yeah.
Like when they're watching the tape in 3, like Gail and Sydney are just focusing on, oh, it's Randy, and Dewey is like taking notes.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. Literally taking notes.
I love how right after at first it sounds like an echo.
Mm-hmm.
But when Randy says trilogy,
mm-hmm.
you can hear Dewey say trilogy like he's taking notes.
Yeah. What other good moments?
For Dewey, I've got one.
Okay.
There's the moment when they're with the twins.
Mm-hmm.
And Dewey lays literally like he looks right at Jack Quaid and says everything right.
Yeah.
But then
like Dewey knew.
But then there's the moment where they piece it together enough to where it's like, well, maybe Sam's the killer. And in that way, Dewey like looks at her and like suddenly he's like really afraid of her.
Yeah.
That was old Dewey. That was like naive Dewey coming out.
I also love too that like Dewey's death is a result of him getting to be the badass that he always thought he was.
Yeah.
Like from the first moment in the movie where the killer calls and he picks it up clearly after the killer's hung up, and he's just like, hello.
Like he comes in his boxers and he's got his gun in his hand.
Yeah. I mean, like the progression of Dewey's is very interesting. And it starts in 4 when he's the sheriff and becomes like, he still has some incompetence, but he's taken a lot more seriously. And I love how like this version, we got like a hardened Dewey, like somebody that was so naive. And like I said in the beginning, we are a long way from Mom says, when I wear this badge, you have to treat me like a man of the law. We've come such a long way from that.
Yet at the same time, the very last time we saw him, he was getting beaten with a bedpan, which is not dignified at all. But that's the end of Scream 4 for you. But
here's a little happier moment for you, or happier realization for you. He talks about when he's wearing the badge being treated like a man of the law, but yet when he has his manliest, most badass moment in the series at the end of his life, he's not a man of the law.
Oh yeah.
He's just doing it because he wants to.
You're whipping out some gems here that I never thought about. Yeah, I was just thinking back to another him and Gail thing,
mm-hmm.
where the fact that he watches Gail's show,
mm-hmm.
and it's almost like it's embarrassing. Like he does it in private. He doesn't want anybody to know that he still watches his ex-wife.
mm-hmm.
Kind of feels similar, almost like a callback to the scene where Dewey and Gail first met.
Mm-hmm.
When he acts like he's never seen her show, and then she figures out that he does.
Mm-hmm.
I was 24 for a whole year thing. It feels like a nice callback to that. I'm getting sadder the more we talk about all these old Dewey scenes. That's just that naive 25-year-old guy. That was him trying to be all tough too. I'm 25 years old.
Yeah. So I have to ask you, from the first one, when we first meet him to his death in 5, do you feel like they did Dewey justice? Do you think they did the character justice by bringing him all the way from this inept, naive guy to, I'm going to go in and risk my life to make sure this is done?
Taking out the fact that he got beat with a bedpan at the end of Scream 4.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I got another great Dewey moment that I love that we didn't mention before.
Mm-hmm.
The moment in Scream 3 when I think they're talking about Sydney's phone number,
Mm-hmm.
and Gail asks, "Do you have the number in your memory?" And he like starts to think. She has to say your phone number. Like I said, the way naive Dewey still comes out. Like I said, he was still doing that to the end when he was scared of Sam for a second there.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he'd made just enough of a trans because the more battle scars he got, the more seasoned he was getting.
Mm-hmm.
Because you still get the sense he's a bit naive in 2, but he's definitely more seasoned, especially when he confronts Gail.
Mm-hmm.
I can't even remember all that dialogue, but when he like
He
really,
cites the pages in her book.
yeah, and then the way he builds himself up.
Mm-hmm. And I love that little callback 2 and 4 when he cites a page out of Sydney's book.
Yeah. Just so misunderstood Dewey was. He was so much more than people gave him credit for.
Would you say he's your favorite character in the series?
I didn't get to go into this much in the other video, or the beginning of this video, depending on which one you're watching. I think my favorite character of the series is Stu. Because Matthew Lord's performance is so fucking insane in the best way. But as far as characters, I really love Sydney in the first movie, which might seem weird because it was prior to her. It was her leading up to her she's a badass by the end of the movie. When she plugs Billy through the head is when she like got all of her badass of all time points. Yeah, obviously Dewey definitely would have to be up there for sure. And like I said, the way David Arquette plays him so sensitively a lot of the time. So I was talking about that couch scene in 4. Those are the scenes that I think about, or like the scenes where he's, naive. And I was also thinking about how tragic it is. I was thinking about the breakfast scene in the first movie, the night after Billy went to jail, and they're at Tatum and Dewey's mom's house, and they're in like the kitchen. It's like the way this house is so lived in, where it's like, you got Tatum in her bedroom, and her bedroom still looks like it's the bedroom of like a 10-year-old Tatum. And then Dewey's got the other room just right there, even though he's the man of the law now. Still lives at home. And they have this nice little existence where they're all having breakfast in the morning when she sees the news about Cotton. And it's like to think these two people have now both come to the horrific ends that they've had after seeing this life that they had. And they bicker the way brother and sister do. That's when it feels like real people, like losing them makes you think about those things and those moments. And how, like I said, despite how over the top these movies can be and how the movies are practically parody when it comes to the horror genre, it's how real the characters feel that's like this whole other thing that it's doing on top of everything else that makes the movies so good in general. Like not even just good horror movies, but they're just good movies, or in the first one's case, a great movie. So yeah. What else?
What do you think of the fact of what's Amber's name? Her real name?
Mikey Madison.
What do you think of the fact that this is her second movie where she experiences blunt force trauma to the nose and being set on fire?
And being a psychopathic killer that goes insane and screams. Even the way, like the scene in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood when she's doing the whole monologue about why they should kill Rick Dalton. I said we cut their cocks off to make them eat him and stuff like that. She's everything in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood she's doing again here. Everything. There is no way that's not intentional. I was telling you when we were discussing whether or not we knew who the killers were, I had assumed Jack Quaid was going to be one, just based solely on the fact that Jack Quaid was the most recognizable face to me of the new cast. Just immediately made me assume it was him. And he gets the, you know, the arm cut that all of them get.
Mhm.
And they do a good enough job of hiding him, but he was always in the back of my head. I was not.
Looking back on it, I noticed that for somebody that claimed to have not seen any of the Stab movies and watched part of one on Netflix, he certainly knew a lot of the rules.
Yeah. And I feel like that's gonna be one of those ones where we go back and watch it, and it's like it's so offensively obvious that it's him.
Mhm.
But here's the thing. Speaking of offensively obvious, I was not suspecting Mikey Madison in any way, shape, or form, because all I could think was she'd just be doing exactly what she did Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. I had no idea they would in fact make her do every single thing that she did in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. I feel for her so much, because I was watching one interview with the cast, and somebody brought up, like, one of the interviewers was a big fan of Once Upon a Time in Hollywood and asked her about it because he hadn't gotten the chance to.
Mhm.
And he said, "What was it like for you, you know, getting set on fire by Leonardo DiCaprio? Like, what was it like watching yourself get set on fire?" And she looked like a deer in headlights. And I thought, because I hadn't seen the movie yet when I saw this interview, I just thought she like didn't know how to answer the question, and she thought it was an awkward question.
Mhm.
I think she froze because she was afraid she was spoiling this. Because you could see, she looked like frozen, and I was like, why is it so hard to answer that question? Does she not like that experience or something? But I think I know why she got so freaked out by that question. Because she was probably like trying to differentiate in her mind, okay, how do I describe it? Like, when I describe this, am I going to be talking about Once Upon a Time in Hollywood or this? Because I can't talk about this. That was insane to me, that it was like, there's no way her casting had to have been intentional. Like, I see no way around it. And I wonder if it's for the reason that I never suspected her, because I kept saying throughout, it's not going to be her because it'd be the exact same character. I did not realize it was going to be the exact same fate as well.
Who did you think the second killer was going to be? I won't lie, my mind went to Randy's niece, even though I had no reason for it.
I thought it was interesting, the scene where she's in the basement with Amber,
Mhm.
and she says, like, you know, I'm the killer, and she says, I'm
Mhm.
just kidding. I was like, for a split second, I was genuinely convinced that was a reveal, and I love the fact that Jack Quaid's actual reveal is pretty much the same thing.
Mhm.
And like I was telling you before we started, I love the fact that I think I didn't have a particular suspect in mind apart from Richie, just because my mind's just always racing
Mhm.
of who it could possibly be. Because I did have it in my head, like, what if it is one of the main, well, now one of the main two, um, which I couldn't imagine, but I just like when you get put in these, like, some people can really focus and say, I think it's this thing and nothing else. When you're getting a lot of, my mind just kind of bounces all over the place, where I'm basically just succumb to the fact that, where it's like, it could be anything. Like, what's even the point of guessing? I'm just going to enjoy the fact that it could literally be anything. And so
Mhm.
with that in mind, when we get that scene right before Amber's revealed, where they're all in the same room pointing fingers at each other, was so intense for like 10 seconds. I was like, it really is any of them. And then the reveal being
What do you
so
think of
what's
what do
that?
you think of Amber's reveal in that scene?
That was fucking wild. Because I was like, well, first off, I didn't know what threw me off guard more. It was more like, holy shit, did that just happen? Or seriously, Mikey Madison's really this character again? It really, okay, so they're actually going this route. And and I'm not even mad. Like I said,
Mhm.
if her casting was intentional, that's kind of genius.
Mhm.
Because you just automatically think, I mean, yeah, typecasting is a thing, and you're like if you see Michael Shannon acting sinister, you're gonna think, oh, that guy's definitely sinister. But when you have it in your mind where it's like, surely they just wouldn't do that again, because it'd be the same thing. It's literally like another variation on "There's no way it's Billy, it's too obvious." Where it's like, yeah, sometimes just look at the obvious. Like I said, to go as far as setting her on fire again, that's on purpose. That has to be on purpose. By the way, very, very badass moment for her to say Dewey went out like a pussy, and Gail's response is just "fuck you" and shoots her multiple times. That would have been satisfying without the fire, but the fire just took it to a whole other level. I'm a little disappointed that she came back and Tara killed her, because that was Gail's kill. Like I get Tara's place in the story, but that was Amber was Gail's kill. That's something that's not sitting right with me.
Just like Sam got her kill with Richie.
Yeah. Of course, then again, I suppose you could say like suffering is it as far as revenge, making the person suffer is better than putting them out of their misery. So the fact that Gail was the reason she had bullets in her and was on fire is more satisfying than just ending her the way Tara did.
Yeah, because I believe Gail's the one that hit her with the hand sanitizer.
Yeah, I think so. That might have been, I don't know, I'm not sure. But
speaking of that scene, you were talking about how like you could tell Sydney's so tired of it. It's like in this one, like he's like, "Hello, Sydney." She's just like, where are you hiding?
Yeah. And then I love the "I'm bored" and just hanging up. I love that he's like getting pissed off on the other line where it's like, when she's hanging up, he's like, "What? No, this isn't how this works." Once again, about Sydney being tired of it. Amber's little ruse that didn't work. Oh yeah, this is definitely a trap. Gail really took that bullet like a champ. That's Batman levels of recovery. And of course she returned those bullets tenfold, so good for her. Speaking of impactful deaths, we started to talk about a scene, and now we can kind of come back to it because it's like a whole centerpiece in itself. Judy and then ultimately Wes's death scenes. That whole section might be one of my favorite sequences of the movie, not because I didn't like Judy in 4. I got no satisfaction from Judy's death here, just so we're clear, despite how I was not a fan of the character in 4. But I mean, the whole chunk of time here, there's so many interesting surprises here. And this whole sequence was so well crafted. Because first you've got Judy and Wes, and the question is, which one of these characters is about to die? Judy's not even at the house. Wes is in the shower, the most vulnerable place you can be. And the killer's threatening and saying, "Oh, we're gonna do Psycho," which means I'm in the house, so I know where he is, and I'm gonna cut up your baby boy and stuff like that. And it becomes a whole race to the house. And the big thing is Judy gonna make it in time? That's the big question through the whole thing. We're only assuming Wes is the one in danger here. And this motherfucker's waiting outside for Judy. And the thing that blows my mind about that, what blew your mind? We've talked about this kind of thing before in other movies. What was totally insane about Judy's death scene?
She died right in the middle of the fucking day.
Yes. Right in broad daylight. And brutally. That was so many stabs.
In a neighborhood.
Yeah. And then what's even more brilliant about that in itself is like, whoa, that was a curveball. Not only that he was waiting for Judy, he or she, I can't remember what it would have been in this scenario.
I'm not sure.
But was waiting for Judy outside the whole time. I'm assuming that was the plan. They knew Judy was going to come back. And then to happen in broad daylight like that is wild. But then it's like we still have Wes. So it's like, how do you play this scene now? And then we have Wes wandering around the house forever. And I talked about the Cece scene in Scream 2, how I talked about how it went on a little too long. There's a little too much wandering around. But this Wes scene is brilliant because, first of all, we've already been playing with the door cliche. You
Mhm.
open the door, nobody's there, you close the door. Somebody's going to be there or somebody isn't. And when it happened once or twice, I was like, oh, we're doing that old cliche. But by the time Wes does it, like after the billionth time, it's abundantly clear now that they're fucking with us. And it's meant to be funny. It's meant to be tense and funny. Because they're just really dragging it. And by the time somebody's finally behind the door is the much later scene with Mindy, I think her name was, the other twin, and Amber in the basement. So every time Wes opens and closes the door, it gets fun. It gets more absurd. And you can tell
just when you let your defenses down and think they're not going to do it, he turns around and Ghostface is right there.
Yeah. And were you getting the same sense I was of this scene being doubly tense?
As far as?
I wasn't sure what the big oh shit moment of the scene was going to be between Wes getting killed or Wes finding Judy's body. Because that's his fucking mom. That would have been a horrific sight if he found her like that.
Yeah.
So it was like, as an audience member, it was equally tense to anticipate which one of what was it going to be? Was he going to find her or was he going to get killed? Which one was going to be the period to this scene? And either one is incredibly nerve-wracking because it could have easily been, because the killer was already outside, they could have killed Judy and just left. Because they were already outside. It's fully reasonable for us to think that. And so the ending of the scene could have been Wes finding her, and Wes could have lasted a little longer. So it was a win-win on the scare factor there of what was how
with your luck, if Wes would have survived, Judy would have been the one to get the funeral scene.
Of course, it would have been. Her tombstone would have been engraved with "Wear the best, save your chest." Should have been wearing the best when I got stabbed 20 times.
Going back to the climax, what do you think of the scene of Randy's niece mirroring that scene from the first movie while she's watching it in Stab?
I love that, and I also love how much more of Stab we get to see. I mean, it's literally Scream, but it's still just so funny to me. Just the concept of Stab and how Scream is now this like horrible. It's weird how it's like it's a combination of a horrible representation of events, but at the same time identical. Like Randy's actor's even wearing the shirt. I mean, to Gail's credit, she had recordings of Stu's party, so it's clear why. Did you get a glimpse of the IMDb cast list when Tara looked it up at the beginning?
I was trying to catch it, but she was scrolling really fast.
By the way, love that that she's getting movie trivia questions with the phone now. She can just look them up. And it's I don't think they name dropped Heather Graham by name in Scream 2, so I'm glad that it's like confirmed that was Heather Graham for real. But because I believe the fact that Randy's just some guy is reference to the fact that he says in Scream 2 he's played by Joe Blow Nobody, who apparently is still Joe Blow Nobody. I
remember seeing Luke Wilson and Tori Spelling listed.
Vince Vaughn was Stu.
What?
But think about that. 1996 Vince Vaughn. Absolutely. Oh man, I can't remember who else there was. David Schwimmer, obviously.
Yeah.
I think Craig Bierko was Cotton, which is really good. That's all I can remember. I don't remember if Tatum was there or not. She might have been.
She's scrolling really fast.
Yeah, I got it. I'm not even sure how I caught Vince Vaughn. But
that's going to be one of those scenes that when it comes out on DVD or Blu-ray, you're going to have to pause to read the list.
Yeah, I think Craig Bierko was like right there, right before she scrolled down. And I mean, like it was like the first name I saw, and that's just how I happened to catch it.
Hmm.
Um, and then and I remember this being a thing, where when at the thought of it, like when A24 and all those elevated horror movies are starting to come out, like Hereditary and It Follows, those ones that get mentioned. I don't think It
Hmm.
Follows was A24, but it's still in that vein.
Hmm.
Like the Babadook gets brought up a lot, obviously, with it being Tara's personal favorite. Um,
It
and
ends
I
up being
remember,
like the punchline to death too.
yeah, and it's like I remember when those movies started coming out, and I remember people having theories like, how would these fit into a new Scream movie? And
Hmm.
it's like I love the idea that it's like how like the new generation is moving on from movies like Stab. You
Hmm.
know, there are people where it's like you have these movies that we know front to back, and a new generation will be like, I think I might have seen that once. And it's like it's weird how perfectly accurate that was captured.
What's interesting too is if you look at the Scary Movie franchise, like as it went on, it was like grasping straws trying to find the popular movies to make fun of. And the original movie that the spoof is based on did a better job of making fun of it than the spoof did.
Yeah. I just happened to look down. I saw one more thing I got to give credit to Judy for.
Hmm.
I did love the moment when she's speeding back home and she's asked the inevitable question, "What's your favorite scary movie?" And
Hmm.
just the matter of fact way she says, "I prefer animated films and musicals." It's like, man, I actually feel sad about Judy now after everything I said about her character in 4. She just like making lemon squares and watching animated movies. She didn't deserve that. God, I mean, I've said it before. I'll say it again. That she went out bad. It was like we were saying, a lot of the characters in this do. So, and it's like I love that balance of how many of them actually survive. I was amazed Chad survived,
Yeah, I thought Chad was a goner.
and they barely reveal that he's alive. It's almost like a
Hmm.
blink and you'll miss it reveal.
Hmm.
um,
One thing that I noticed too is whenever the actual killer like fakes not being the killer, like because I thought Chet might be a possibility, but then I knew he wasn't because the scene where he was getting chased, there was no audience around to see his
yeah,
alibi of being attacked.
yeah,
Like that's a good way to for sure eliminate someone. Like if they're getting killed and there's an audience, they're probably not being killed.
yeah.
Like Billy.
I, yeah. I love the way they do the suspects in this, where he's making out with Liv,
Hmm.
and that's literally his girlfriend, and he's just like, maybe we shouldn't be alone right now. I mean, you really could be the killer for all we know. Do you know who played Chad?
Mm, um, is it Cuba Gooding Jr.'s kid?
Yes, it is.
Ah, I remember seeing the
AKA,
Gooding and the credit. A lot of big actors, kids in this.
yeah.
Well, I
But
guess just the two.
don't forget, there's one more thing. There's something that's more important than being Cuba Gooding Jr.'s kid,
Hmm.
being Omar Gooding's nephew. We love you, Omar Gooding, for real. That's not sarcastic. um,
So we talked about a lot of the stuff it does well. What are some things in Scream 5 that you were like, like
the thing, well, the thing that made
drawbacks?
me do the thing that gave me that reaction the most was the Billy visions.
Hmm.
Um, they're just little things, like the fact that after Dewey dies and they're outside the hospital, and Gail, has Sydney there, and she says like, hey, your guys are always talking about the original. This is the original.
Hmm.
And it's like that's supposed to really build up Sydney for the badass that she is, but it's like part one, we already know Sydney's the badass, and number two, that's kind of killing the cool factor of we already had that line in Scream 4 where she says rule number one is don't fuck with the original.
Hmm.
So like, I feel like Gail's line there was just kind of driving that what was already cool almost into the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it's just a small thing. I do have beef with this movie in one way.
But we could give Gail a pass because she was in mourning.
Yeah, we were all in mourning. I've got one little beef with this movie, and it's not involving the movie's quality.
Mm-hmm.
When Minnie's talking about the remakes that didn't work and why requels are a thing,
Mm-hmm.
and she mentioned Child's Play.
Mm-hmm.
The new Child's Play, where Mark Hamill was Chucky, is fucking amazing. I will not hear any poor words said about that movie. And I love the other Chucky movies for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought the new one was fucking awesome. And
Mm-hmm.
I don't stand by that being lumped in with the others she mentioned.
Just as a side note, we're not ignoring the fact that if she would have taken his last name, Sam's name would have been Sam Loomis, right?
Remember what I just said about you whipping out all these gems?
Yeah. Is
Never
there
occurred
another
to
one?
me. Never fucking occurred to me. And their name is even Carpenter already.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. This is why you need to be in more videos. Oh, that's perfect. That almost makes me, because like you were talking about how the idea of her being an offspring of Billy is a bit contrived, but they saved it by doing it so early.
Mm-hmm.
That makes it even better, like significantly better, that her name would be fucking Sam Lewis. Donald Pleasance continues to live on.
Not to mention all the ties to the first Halloween.
Yeah. And obviously Loomis.
That had to be on purpose, right?
That one
had to
sure.
be on purpose.
That one surely.
Hmm.
Don't forget the Loomis name takes us even back to Psycho.
Mm-hmm.
Mary's boyfriend. So
What, Loomis is an important name in horror.
yeah. And of course we see callbacks here and there, like the moment where Sam's attacked at the hospital towards the beginning seems to mirror Sidney being attacked so early when he popped out of the closet.
Mm-hmm.
And always suspecting the love interest, like Dewey told us.
Mm-hmm.
Is there?
I can't remember because it's so late or early in the morning or late at night or whatever. Did I mention this to you or Susan, that when we were talking about Sidney coming out of the closet in the first one, it was mirrored because Ghostface first attacked her coming out of the closet?
Yeah, you did mention that, because I was going to elaborate by saying I love that when Sidney comes into the house at the beginning, the first thing she does is shoot her own hiding place.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's the first place she checks, is the place that she was hiding when she popped out at Billy.
Mm-hmm.
Which is very cool. So obviously this brings us to the fact that we have another climax in Stu's kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
Which is where we come into the motive. Is the motive the last thing we have to discuss?
I think so.
I've spent more time than I care to on the internet, particularly reading movie discussion. And I've got to say, while it might seem underwhelming, kind of in the way Jill's motive was,
Mm-hmm.
I have to say that I think I've spent just enough time on the internet to see the idea of Reddit and Twitter essentially being the killers.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're pissed off about how the movie turned out.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that the reveal could have been more perfect. And I love, by the way, did you catch the Ryan Johnson shout out?
Yeah.
Where it was the 8th movie in a beloved franchise by the Knives Out guy. What and who could that possibly be referring to? And the fact that that drove them to the extreme that they are the killers in this movie. It wrote its fucking self.
I'll give you another gem to chew on. You mentioned the
do.
scene earlier with Parker Posey with the knives, and then this movie references Knives Out, which has a scene that involves fake knives.
You're talking about the Jenny McCarthy scene.
Yeah.
And then the whole you can't tell the difference between a prop knife and a real one in Knives Out. Nice. Oh. By the way, I don't know about
Are you still marinating on that Sam Loomis nugget?
I don't know how the fuck I missed it. And what's funny is if you hadn't mentioned it now, it would have probably been after the 20th time I see this movie. I would have gone, oh, I get it. Do you kind of want to see Stab 8 with the sleeveless ghost face with the metal mask and the flamethrower?
Oh my
God. It's like, I don't know. I kind of want to see all the stabs.
Especially so you would go to Stabathon.
Yeah.
Or you would have your own Stabathon.
Especially, and is it bad that I want to see, like, I mean, I know I bash movies like the Fast and Furious movies because I think it's stupid how they're intentionally trying to be memes by going off the rails.
Speaking of which, did you laugh when Chad called his arms Hobbs and Shaw?
I rolled my eyes, I think because I hate the movie Hobbs and Shaw, but then I was like, interestingly enough, I feel like somebody would say that in real life. Genuinely. It might sound like a written line, but I genuinely feel like somebody would say that in real life.
What do you think of the reversal? I know you were going to make a point, but what do you think of the reversal where a relative of Randy becomes a jock?
That's another thing I didn't really think about. Yeah, because Heather Matarazzo also is like really, like, famously a little dorky.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, who the hell is their dad? Because we know, I'm assuming we're under the impression that the father of Sydney's children is Patrick Dempsey because Dewey says, how's Mark?
Yeah, I didn't pick up on that till I read the trivia.
Unless she's got a thing for Mark's. Because if I remember, he's never mentioned in 4, is he?
No.
So
I'm wondering, like, did they reconnect or what?
That's what I was thinking it might have been.
Mm-hmm.
So is that I kind of feel like we would have had more to say about the motive, but no, I just want to say I'm really pleased with it. And I think it's absolutely appropriate. No,
so would you say it's safe to say that this movie exceeded your expectations?
Yeah, it probably did. Because I do think I'm gonna have to see this one more before I like rank them. Because as of now, I feel like it's 1, 2, 5, 4, 3. But it very well could end up after multiple viewings 1, 5, 2, 4, 3. Would you say your ranking's pretty close to that?
Probably. I'd still probably put 2 above it.
How about 5? I said only multiple viewings will tell for sure. Because I thought 4 was amazing for a while, and I still really like 4. Like I said, its flaws are showing, and time has not been good to 3. Even though I still get enjoyment out of 3 anyway.
I think that's the thing with these movies is they all have something to take away to enjoy from them.
And I think this one's especially.
None of them are a complete waste of time.
Yeah. I think this one's especially impressive because it's not Craven and it's different writers. That would have been.
But it really feels like they captured the spirit.
Yeah. I think it was Nev Campbell said in an interview that to not worry about it because the writers and the directors were like absolute super fans.
Yeah.
And the fact that it's so interesting too that this movie was basically written by fans. James Vanderbilt obviously has a very extensive resume, but the idea of it being written by fans, where I talked about how, like, especially in Scream 3, you can tell where it's like every time they get to the point where the killers are saying their motives, it just kind of sounds like fan fiction, even in the good movies or the better movies. But the fact that this was actually written by fans, apparently, and yet it plays out so right. Like, it doesn't feel. I could see some people maybe thinking that it feels forced, and it might be lost on a whole generation of viewers that aren't familiar with toxic fandom online. That's like it's.
Well, I can tell you as a comics fan, it's very rampant.
And the whole idea.
Like I once talked to a guy that said that he thought that Endgame was one of the worst movies that he'd ever seen because he thought the wrong character killed Thanos. He thought the character from the end credits scene of Guardians 2 should have killed Thanos. And because that didn't happen, it was one of the worst comic book movies he's ever seen.
Doesn't hearing stuff like that just make this movie all the more satisfying?
See, me, like, I just want to see my favorite characters do shit. Like, when I went to see it today, I had a preview for the Batman. Like the whole time I was watching that preview, I was like, yeah, this is my shit. I can't wait.
And there is like, because I first of all, I also love the idea of like the whole idea that the whole movie is supposed to be providing source material to Hollywood. Is just amazing. But then it's also just like when it was starting to get into what exactly the motive was, and as soon as Richie was like, and how can fandoms be toxic? They come from love. I was like, oh my God, that's what they're doing. I love this. because once again, there is a difference, because fandoms can be wonderful places where everybody has like these shared experiences of a property that they really love. And then there's the other people. And it's, like I said, and to put a specific spotlight on these kind of people, Rian Johnson was the perfect person to say this is. Because like I said, that particular movie is not a movie that I hate. I'm just defending Mark Hamill movies left and right in this video, apparently. But yeah, we can hate on. I'll hate on the Rise of Skywalker with you all day if you want. But the Rian Johnson stuff is fucked up.
Dude, Last Jedi automatically got a hey, this is all right in my book whenever light speed was used to destroy another ship.
Yeah. And you still got people pissed off because it wasn't Admiral Akbar that did it. They were pissed off that Laura Dern did it.
It kind of sounds like the Endgame argument that I was just talking about.
Or Richie and Amber.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. So, is that it?
I think so. It's been over. Oh man.
Oof. I don't even know when we started.
We started just before 11.
Ooh, wow. I wondered in my head, like, how long is this going to go exactly? It's 5 movies. There's our answer. All right. So I think I might know what I want to talk about with you next, but I'll mention that when we're done. So the next thing, I've got a couple more videos that I've been preparing while Owen has been gone, and so those will go up and these will go up, this separate Scream video and the whole thing. I said the 355 might be attached to Scream. And then
speaking of the Batman, are we on for that?
As long as stuff doesn't get delayed. Yeah, and by the time you see this, our next awards video where we're discussing SAG will probably already be out. So that'll be there, and then yeah, we'll see where award stuff's going to kind of take us for a while, and any stuff that we do, because new releases are like barren for a little while. So I think that's going to be it for now. So do you have anything to add? All right,
No.
then I think that's it.